Hello guys, good morning. Hello. Quick audio check. Make sure this is Twitch. Hello Twitch. Can you hear me now? 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 Okay. Hello Twitch. Hello Twitch. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello Twitch. Hello Twitch. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello Twitch. Hello Twitch. Can you hear me now? I'm getting the desk. Kill that. Let's kill that. Okay. Hello. Okay. Hello. Perfect. Well then, let's get the Google Drive doc up. Just for reference. Totally forgot about the announcement. Quickly. There we go. Yeah. I put a time lapse of yesterday, which I'm just putting up. Which I think it's literally just finished, so I might actually might link that now. Good. Let's do. Probably the time to do it. Done. Right, let's crack on. Close Discord. I really appreciate how Discord has. It's a small thing, but it's nice to know that it's gonna that they think about these things. Oh, and the full video just showed in as well. That's good. Wow, that's much better. That reduced the file size of the video from over 20, nearly 22 gigabytes to 2. Although these days I've got fast enough internet, I'm not sure why I even care. Right. Anyway, I got distracted. Google Drive doc. Did my time? I saved the time. Right, Google Drive doc. No, I couldn't think of a name, so I just like slapped something on. I feel like it doesn't really hit, but it's kind of growing on me. Like the more I think about this, the more I'm like, the name doesn't matter. Make the game fun. Okay. So I need to get the projectile weapons done. I have an idea to test that. And I have another project where I'd set up the signaling that I can use as reference. So we'll set that up as well. And we're missing Unity version 3.11. We'll change that to 3.20. Change version, yes. And then it's going to ask me to change version again because we have to have double confirmation nowadays. Yes, that's fine. Weapon-based class. So we need to finish the weapon-based class and we need to finish the projectile weapon. Now, the weapon-based class is kind of finished. We just chair slightly. Right. Okay, we got what we need. So what I'm going to start by doing is I'm going to go into the weapon class. And I'm going to set this to fire on a timer. But you know what? I'm going to make a leap that I expect it to work. I'm going to set the timer to fire from the player, which will confirm everything but the signaling working. And I think we figured out yesterday it was just the signaling that wasn't working. So we are going to do float timer do delete me, then in update Visual Studio is working today. That's nice. IntelliSense is working. So we're going to do if time is less than timer turn, else, and then we get timer equals time plus 2 F. And then we'll do fire weapon. Right, so what this should do, once the player spawns, it's going to just fire a bullet every 2 seconds. And this will let us finalize knowing that the weapon itself actually works and that the projectile itself works. And then all we're really looking at is the signaling to set up the player controller. Project's probably going to take a while. This was quite a large project. Okay, host game. Okay. So this should, unless I put it in the wrong player script, it should fire every few seconds. I even put the I didn't update the prefab. Player script I made is not on the. Just occurred to me why it wasn't fire. That could just be why it wasn't firing. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's find the prefab. Prefab player script. Move. This was the placeholder one that was given part of the character controller sample. Want this one? Check that's the correct one. Yes, it is. Play. Okay, fun. Right, host. Okay, that looks like that's rolling along the ground, which is fine. Let's make a couple of changes to this. Projectile class 5. Okay, that works. And for the player, I'm going to have to edit this in real time because it's pretty instantiated. So let's go weapon 50. 100. That's enough for it to travel straight through the wall. Don't want that. I'm trying to think. I kind of want it to travel like that. I just don't. Have a closer look at the angle it's actually firing at. I want it to. Actually, I'm not even sure if I care if it arcs or bounces. Maybe we should put material on it and give it a bounce. That sounds quite cool. So, create folder physics materials. We're going to create physics material. Let's call this basic bullet. Now, friction 2. Let's start with just 5 bounce. What I'm thinking is that we could limit the bullet's lifetime. We should do anyway. That's generally a good idea. And we could allow it maximum bounces. But we could allow a ricochet, and I think that could be quite cool. So let's prefab projectiles, bullet, basic bullet. Or is it? Basic bullet. Okay, we're also going to want a material on the floor, but let's go straight to bounce 1 because that's morning. Oh, of course I did. I need to change his. Where's the player? Where's the player? I'm blind. I am blind. Right. I should probably change this in the prefab as well, but we'll do it in it. Right. Put the. I probably need floor as well. Yeah, because it was set to average. Hell, what are you standing on? I hadn't even noticed they were janky when they were. What the? Hello, wakey wakey. What are you even doing? You know what? We'll worry about him later. So we do need the. Or we could just. I'm going to come out of play mode or I'm going to change the prefab for the projectile back to standard on math. rather than changing the player. I'm going to set the physics material to maximum. It'll take the highest. That is interesting. Have a look what it's like without the warp perspective. It's kind of, it feels a little unnatural. Well, these just go on forever now. I mean, even here it feels very unnatural. Feels like the angle's wrong. I think it's because it's hitting the ground. I just want to turn gravity off, but kind of want to reduce its drop without necessarily increasing its mass. I could just turn gravity off. That's going to get fun. I could reduce the mass, but kind of you know what? We could increase the mass and force, but add some damping. And at some point, I'm trying to think through like possible and how much I actually care about the way this is set up. Right, let's go 5 for the mass. Sorry, we'll change the players. Get very laggy in a minute. Change the player weapons cost to 50. I will change it to 100. Change the collision detection. There we go. So collision detection is a little bit more accurate. Now let's take a step back a little. So it's now doing a decent yeeting. If I'm honest, we might be about right at that. I mean, I could change the gravity on it. Though I think maybe I'm agonizing over. Change linear damping. Get rid of on. Get some kind of interesting. I like these ones that kind of got just stuck bouncing on top of each other. I don't know how that happened. Do we want damping? You know, I'm overthinking this big time. Okay, so I probably want these a little bit bigger. Let's three. And I don't know. That looks too big because that's like as big as the player at this. Let's go with 0.3. These are supposed to just be the bog standard bullets. So they kind of realistically, they just need to evoke there's a bullet being fired. Beyond that, it doesn't really matter. Right, let's make their mass 4, 3, 4. I think that's all right for the actual bullet. So all we need to do is increase the power on the player's weapon 100. Let's do that. We'll do that on the actual weapon prefab. That'll do for the moment. Right, there is something else we need to tweak with the projectile. Problem. So we're going to do region. You know, I'm going to be going back and forth. I'll leave it where it is. Region, max. I wish I could set this up with like dual monitor. But can you do that nowadays? I know you could. I know I've seen people do it in the past with seen people do it in the past with like a second channel. Serialized field. Let's do int max bounces equals 1 and serialized field int max lifetime equals 1 1.0 f. No, that's not an int, that's a float. And then serialized field float mac. You know, I am going to change a couple of things at the same time. We're going to do float. Equals 0.1 f. I'm just guessing at that for the moment. We'll choose second. Right now, private. Sorry about the. I generally don't put private on things that are private by default. But when you're new, I think it's a bad practice because you need to get used to what's private and what's not. But when you've been coding for a very long time, and it should be intuitive. So on enable, we're going to do start coroutine. I'm going to make a coroutine. I create velocity. That is spell check built in? No, it's not. Velocity. Velocity check. That's wrong, but I'll accept it because it gets me some boilerplate that I'm going to need. So constant float velocity check. That all equals. Now I don't want to do. I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. But I don't want to check the velocity every frame. I don't necessarily want to do every physics frame either, because when there's ends up being a lot of bullets, this gets expensive. I'm setting up in a coroutine that's going to run like less. So I'm going to do 1 over 60. You know what? Let's just write this as 0.1. So it'll do it every 10th of a second. Feels almost like, let me just math. Calculate. Wrong. Calculator. So 1000 divided by 50. 20 milliseconds is, in fact, we should do divided by 50. So 0.02 is 1 physics tick. So if I was to do essentially 1 over 50, 1 per physics tick, I don't want that. I probably want per 5 physics ticks. So probably agonizing again, aren't I? Which would actually be 0.1f. So it will check this every 5 physics ticks. Because I'm checking velocity, there's no point checking every frame, because I'll be checking a velocity that's not changed. I don't know how the coffee is nearly cold already. So, blah, blah, blah. Let's take, I need to, my touch typing. I didn't realize I got so bad. Now, I'm going to save the coroutine. Runtime calls end region coroutine. I need to stop. I'm not going to get better at it by looking at the key. So I'm going to save this over velocity check. Then we'll do on disable void table. Oh, if velocity check null dot coroutine velocity check. I'm doing that as just a memory management cleanup. I'm kind of prepping for when I change to pooling, because then we'll use on enable and on disable a lot more. So there's no point continually checking it. Do I want to put methods in now, or am I overthinking? So while true boilerplate for the moment. We're going to do at least one lifetime. So if RB dot linear velocity dot magnitude is less than minimum velocity, we do want some brackets because we are going to want more than one. We want to come out of the loop. Strictly speaking, we don't need out of the loop, because I'm then going to destroy the object, which will like kill the coroutine anyway. But I generally like to put extra protections in. So I'm gonna do did exactly what I said I wasn't gonna. Probably should for the sake of making this all for people who aren't familiar with my coding style, but stop looking at the keyboard. Stop looking at the keyboard. I'm gonna just have to just start putting stickers on my keyboard, like when they make kids learn to touch type. It's sad. I used to be able to touch type quite quickly as well. I don't know what's I don't know what's changed in the meantime. So void uh dispose. I'm being careful not to use existing dispose of projectile. Now this essentially destroys the projectile. I'm going to do destroys projectile or my full cleanup. Now I'm doing that so that I could just destroy it here, but if I do, I'll have to add lots of extra logic here. What I'm doing is this is separation of concerns. So velocity check is just to decide when we're done with the projectile. Then we have a separate function for what we're going to do once we're. So for now, I am just going to do destroy game object. We will come back. I'm going to add a new implement logic. Add another to do. Add some destroy particle text. So I'm doing this because I'm going to set a script up in the GitHub that will create an issue queue, and I'm doing this because doing this here rather than breaking out and tabbing into GitHub, create like it doesn't break my workflow and kind of thought. Freedom Now, how's the game coming? It's actually coming on reasonably considering like I've had a day on it. I've got working networking. I'm now sort of tuning the projectile clean up. So let me tab back because I think I'm done with that. We're ready to test. Yeah, welcome, and I see your first time. How are you doing? Are you just wandering around the software dev and game dev? Right. So I think happy with that. Can I save it? It's just hesitating before files. I can't wait for the compilation time. I think it's one of the reasons I didn't implement max bounces. I didn't implement the max bounces. Let's do that before we actually fully test it. It's one of the reasons I have trouble working with Unreal Engine because the compile just takes so long. Like I have like severe ADHD. Anything more than 10 seconds, and I'm losing 2 hours to Reddit or like Twitch. Right. Max bounces. So we also need to track in in int bounces. I am gonna get used to this, and it's got its collider on it. That's wait, is it set? I put it on layers. Let's double check I didn't get too aggressive with disabling the. players. Player projectile will hit enemies. An enemy projectile. Hang on. Default. Okay, because I haven't separated the ground yet, we're fine. I'm going to put an on collision enter. And we're going to just do bounces plus. Look to the keyboard. I'm going to have to cover. I don't like that I can't touch type anymore. It's bugging me. I used to be able to touch type reasonably fast. The way I've placed the microphone here blocks the view of the keyboard, and I keep sort of going like that around it. And I realised it's slowing me down, but what's bugging me is I used to be able to touch type at like 120 words a minute. I don't know what's gone wrong in between. Like, how do you just... Not like I don't use the keyboard regularly. I guess I don't touch type regularly. I think I just maybe just got back into the habit of looking at the keyboard and then got rusty, I guess. Right. I'm gonna do you know what? We'll do it if bounces equals max bounces. We are then going to do dispose of projectile. Down again. Yell at me if you see me looking down. Right. Now, in dispose of projectile, this occurs to me, we also need to do the same velocity check we're doing in on disable. So I want to disable that because we don't want to get through any sort of cleanup and then clean it up velocity as well, especially when we start to expand that later and maybe add some sort of effects where we might hide the projectile and not necessarily get rid of it, and the coroutine will continue existing. Yeah, we're only on day 2 at the moment, so I'm not super deep. I've hit a few things that have taken a little bit longer because I'm deliberately using systems that I'm not familiar with. I've like updated to the latest version of lots of bits of software. Visual Studio keeps breaking now that I've got the new one. I had a play with the Pro Builder toolkit. Even though I'm not really familiar with Pro Builder, I usually, like if I need to build anything more than one of the primitives, I would usually just switch to Blender and knock it up in Blender because I'm not really an artist, but I can use Blender. Like I tend to have more of an engineering focus. Like I'll move things, like make them pixel perfect. I'm not really sculpting, looking to make something beautiful. I'm looking to make something functional. That is, I'll build things with engineering precision, right? If I'm reproducing my desk, I'm getting calipers out and measuring the exact width of my desk at different points and then setting the vertices exactly, which is not practical to do with a very large number of vertices, complex shapes. But I usually build things in Blender because I have a functional. I would build a table that fits in my space and then send it to an artist. Like, make this table beautiful. It needs to be this size still, though. And maybe put some constraints on it. Like, look, you can go plus or minus a little bit, or maybe you can't, or you can shrink it a little bit. It must be footprint depending on how it's been. Okay, so we've got disposal projectile on bounces. So we've got bounces, max lifetime. We also need to put them. I was going to say, well, I'll do lifetime in update, but you know, we don't need lifetime to be every frame either. Let's just change this to, instead of just velocity checks, what do we want to call this? So I'm going to do Boy. Now. Down again. That. And I'm going to replace that. Just doing this to gain some readability. Reveal. In fact, you know what we're going to do? Even though a Boolean is incredibly trivial in terms of allocation, I'm going to do that. We're preventing reallocation now. If it was here, it would be reallocated every loop, which again, it's trivial, but I like to think about these things because in a use case where you might have thousands or tens of thousands of things happening, trivial starts to become meaningful. If you ignore those things, they really start to add up. I have a project somewhere where I built a high precision timer system to do some unique benchmarking of lots of different micro optimization. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. So I'm going to break that onto a new line. Then I'm going to do or time dot time minus. I didn't create a float for this. Runtime variable do float on time will do. And we're going to do that. We're going to set that in on enable. On time equals time.time. Time.time minus on time is greater than max lifetime. Brackets again. Okay. So if we are spawned at 5 seconds and we're at 10 seconds, 8. So if 8 is larger than 1, then we. So I've broke this onto 2 lines like this because once I've got 2 conditions like this, it's easy. The reason I broke this out in like this is because if I put it inside the if statement like that, it's harder to read. It's probably actually more efficient to do it like that because I'm not creating a variable. But it's a single boolean. It's going to be so trivial. I don't think I worry about micro optimizations there. So, I'm just trying to think. Have I missed anything? Bounces is covered. Now this is max bounces off anything. So if it's off an enemy, won't bounce off a player. I might make it bounce off the player if they've got a shield. And currently it's set to 1 and it increments first. I feel incrementing first feels counterintuitive. If I set the max bounces to 1, you would expect it to bounce once, right? I'm going to do this. I'm just going to test it works because I'm getting to the point where I've got several things implemented. I'm going to come back and change that because I think I have a way to reduce that to a line a lot neater. But I just want to test that it works first. Then we'll make a slight. I don't want to get too hung up on this though because I'm supposed to be jumping in navigation, getting into the right. Okay, I saw a projectile appear there. So, my first question is, what is? This is why I bought the bullet tab or velocity. Let's just go. Not the velocity. Ten-second lifetime. Max bounces. So it's colliding with something. Let's stop that. Let's do debug log dollar collided with vision dot game object dot name. Right, so what this will do now is we'll get a console log of what the bullet has hit. I'll set it back down to 1. I end up with the console just spammed with loads and loads of things. Hang on. Play. Post. That fired one. Anyway. I've got hello. So wait. That the left click one actually fired? Did. Get back to that in a second. Collided with player clone. Player collision. I thought I'd set it so that I didn't set them to player. I want to change all. I do want to change its children, but then I want to update the weapon. I want the weapon and its components, but we want everything in player. Weapon. Correct. So I changed. I think what I did, I changed the layer collision matrix. I probably just got to player. Okay. Have firing. Are we going through the wall still? Projectiles, bullet. Where are we going? Like it's going that fast. Oh, hang on. Don't things get the layer... Ain't the layer there spawn on? And catch a bullet. There we go. Set to its layer. I reduce the lifetime velocity. Oh, it's round. Because the maximum bounces is still 1 and it increments first. So this is why I said I should change that. Spider-Man ads. Oh, I forgot to run the ad when I was sitting on the starting tune screen to disable ads. But yeah, I'm actually thinking of going to see Spider-Man. I really love Spider-Man. Okay, it is. I think it is bounce. Let's do what I was planning to do and actually choose 2. So this is hitting in the corner, so that doesn't make much difference. Multiple. There we go. Right. I'm a big fan of Spider-Man. I really love when, like, the story of when Stan Lee pitched Spider-Man, and the execs were like, nobody wants to see Spider-Man. Like, nobody wants to see a hero that has real world problems. And then he convinces them, and he releases Spider-Man, and everyone's like, Spider-Man's amazing because they can relate to the character with real world problems. And I'm like, that's like, I love that with Spider-Man. Like, it's one of the things I really like about it. I was like, you look at Superman, like you play a Superman game, for example. That's a power fantasy, right? You're like, now I am God. Um, but you look at Spider-Man, that's like, now you can relate to it. Uncanny X-Men, which was that? Hang on, Uncanny X. That looks very similar to the '90s cartoon. Is that what the '90s cartoons was based on, by any chance? I mean, my first introduction to Marvel, well, let's say proper introduction, probably threw a comic at me when I was a kid. But my first proper introduction was the '90s cartoon, and like I really loved. I think Iron Man was one of my favorites. I really loved Spider Man. But you cannot beat the intro music to Iron Man. Like that thing, amazing. Right, I'm gonna fix the bug that I introduced. And we've got all these console spams now collided with blah blah blah. I'm going to remove that. Right, so I'm going to show off what I'm actually doing. Yes. Good morning, Earaptor. I'm pretty good, buddy. How are you? How are you? Now, if I remember rightly, and this is something that I don't use very often, but when we were set to 1 bounce, right, it was being destroyed immediately. Because I think a lot of programmers know this, like bounces plus plus mean increment. Very busy verifying security patterns of customers having code yesterday. Well, have you asked AI to do it? Right, now let's look. I want to get a bit of distance. One bounce. Right, you notice this? I'm actually getting 1 bounce, even though the code I've got is exactly the same. So let's just double check the bullet itself is set to 1. Now, the reason for this, if I zoom in on this, now most programmers know bounces plus plus mean. increment by 1. But what not a lot of people is it means access the variable and then then it. So what this is doing is it does the if test first and then increment, which is really useful. It's really useful. If you want it the other way around, you can do this. And that will increment first and then access it. So I really like this. I'm going to put a note in case there's any sort of knob. I intend to share this project. Like it's open. I intend to share at least the early development stuff. Bounces. Let's say bounces is and after if it bounces. Okay, fantastic. Now you need to run the install scripts. That's the scripts that you definitely know 100% are all going to work perfectly, right? Right, so now let's just set, I'm just set bounces to 50. And we want a reasonable max lifetime. This is going to be the basic projectile, the default projectile. I want something that if we tune the bounces later or the velocity or whatever, that it will still be some sort of reasonable default. You know, these are basically doing a lap of the arena, and then those put the new patches correctly. Okay, I'm losing. Friction enabled, of course. So when we're what I probably want to do is reduce friction and then reduce the bounce to about 90%. So we lose a little bit of energy on the bounce, but they will essentially just ricochet without losing any. Better. The lifetime here, change this to 1. That's definitely too short. 5. Bear in mind, we can tune these with individual projectiles later if we want to. Like, we could make a ultimate ricochet projectile that just goes, that bounces around the arena forever. Also, bear in mind that the doors will have a blockage over them during play. Instead of bouncing out of the arena, they'll just continue like bounce around. Right. I'm going to set myself up in a. Oh. I want these to bounce. I want to test the losses. So I think lifetime of 5 is great. So max that out. And we're going to do velocity. Try 0.1 what I set to the default. And they're not really reducing their velocity. So let's apply that. Physics material. I'm going to set the friction, not to nothing, but I'm going to reduce bounciness. Now you should see they will essentially roll much longer if we want to. But bear in mind, these are meant to be slow moving bullets. I'm going to use the particle system and raycast to do the fast ones. Okay, you can see down here they are finally reaching. That could be bounces. Actually, that's projectiles, bullet. they're sort of bouncing more, so I'm just wondering if they're actually 50 bounces at that corner. You could also put the velocity slightly. I'm trying to think of different use cases for these because it could be a grenade, but then again, you don't want the minimum velocity for a grenade, so you change that. So this needs to be like a normal bullet. It was the bounces. So they're still exceeding the minimum velocity line. And they were happening to hit just, and I think here they might actually just be hitting the maximum lifetime. All right, let's do 0. Velocity. What that does. One really probably is these ones that are just starting to roll. Maybe I should print the velocity out so I know. I'm not even sure what. Let's do that actually. Let's print the velocity. So we'll do bug.log. Current on velocity, linear velocity max. This is going to spam like crazy. Start this. But I just want to get an idea for the sort of values. Turn collapse off because I want this. Wait, it's not outputting the velocity. Oh, I did something stupid. I accepted the autocomplete because I was putting a velocity check interval in. And the autocomplete put max lifetime in, and I didn't go back and change it. Never accept the autocomplete. Never. Right. Let's try that again. So what that was essentially doing is when I put the time up to 50, it was only checking if it's at the right velocity, like every 50 seconds. Let's get again. Clear that. Right, so these are the sort of values we're seeing for velocity. All right, so let's projectile bullet 10. 5. Going out the door. I don't want that. That. So reducing the friction and then reducing the energy by the bounce kind of created a good. natural back. That's kind of interesting. I definitely don't want it to go quite that. Again, I'm agonizing over this. It's supposed to be. There's supposed to be a. Like, I shouldn't be balancing at this point. I shouldn't be agonizing. But I said max lifetime 3 and max bounces 5. I think that's a let's do bounces. I actually kind of. I was going to make it an advanced weapon, but I kind of like the bullet ricochet. What I could do is use the damage on bounce and like that. We could do effects like that. Create more advanced projectiles like that. That testing effects. That's not agonizing. We're good enough. Right. So now let's take out the automatic. I'm going to leave that in. That's fine. Projectile. So put it in player because player is where. Okay, and this is triggering constantly. This is a horrific error message. Weapon was fired. On transform dot parent dot game object dot aim. So, oh, hang on. No. We're already on the player. My brain was in the space that this debug is on the weapon, but it's not. It's on the player. Transformed. That would, if it was on the weapon, what I just wrote would have triggered. Would have output the whoever's holding its name. So we get same output. If I forget and leave it in, get the same output when an enemy's firing. Okay, so we don't want any of the update loop anymore. Occurs to me, could add an auto fire function rather than deleting that. I feel that should be weapon based though. It's 3. We can lose. So, for those that missed it, the firing I think was not working yesterday because I hadn't changed the. So the player script that was on the player was the empty placeholder one that came with the character controller template, not the one I wrote. Okay, I can fire once. We also want to take this current velocity message out. Well, that's just going to horribly fill the console. So that fired, but it only fired once. Oh, and I don't need that. Why did it only fire once? Because player controller, character controller, organized a little bit as well. I don't need the projectile. character. Maybe don't need to get rid of any sort of signal noise. So the way this was originally designed is it expects to be past a fire weapon ended. Private weapon. Would notify fire weapon. Right now, when that happens, it goes is attacking is false. Now, what this is supposed to do is there should be some sort of trigger. I need to redesign this because the way I implemented it in the last game was horrific. It was based on the uh, animation triggers. So when it got to a certain point in the animation, it would say, right, the weapon is, oh, we have finished firing. And also we're setting conditions here, and this like the character controller is supposed to be a signaling hub because it's supposed to be modular. This essentially means I need to go to my prototype project where I was building the character controller, extend the character controller, and finish it. I want to just press on. This is tech debt. I hate tech debt. I am usually very aggressive about removing tech debt, but so fire weapon here. We probably want to. Problem is the solution to this is going to make this very tightly coupled. Really don't want to make this tight because the weapon is in charge of the weapon's cooldown. It should be the weapon that passes back up to the character controller. The simple solution to this, passing a reference to the character controller or the event weapon. Don't want. You know what? That probably does make. Cached ref is. Character controller. Make sure this is the correct character controller because there's one. Again, terrible name to overlap, but I did. Ambiguous reference. Don't want to put it in space. I want this. Disambiguation. There's two ways you can disambiguate. You put a line at the top, or you could just that and call it explicit. But this essentially also functions as a wrapper to the character controller, so I don't ever want to be using it on, hence I override it for the whole file. Wake character controller equal get component. Now get component error. Weapon is attached to a player. I would just want to double check the condition logs an error message failure. I'm not going to use the content. Character controller dot aim object dot aim. I just want to double check. Again and again, I want to double check that this. I think it should, but I'm just making sure for hierarchy stuff. And again, this is probably not a good idea to make it dependent. Every object here is kind of linked to one, and I really don't. Right, player clone. That is okay. Usually, I add a load of like additional text inline. I don't like how tightly coupled. Also, that explicitly only that one. I don't know how that got in. I need to figure out in the template gap to the. But that's for another day. So should be ready to fire. I hope. Actually, didn't do the project. We can close that. Probably going to need to look it up in a minute because I need some AI logic from it. Right. I forgot to add. I was about to add. Okay, so once we fired, character controller dot notify attack ended. No, it's fire weapon end. Notify fire weapon ended. I'm going to put a to do here. Do this should be after the nation ends. So, but we don't have an animation yet. So, okay. I think that will stop us locking. Now, what will lock? So that should trigger the character controllers unlocking of hacking, and then it will base cooldown entirely on like what's the weapon. I'm actually glad I wasn't going to use my character controller for this because I thought it's way overcomplicated, and I'm trying to just smash something together that's freaking cool. Okay, I fired twice. Weapons fired on player clone. Weapons fired on player clone. Why would it not let me? Ah. I've set the signaling up wrong. There are three states: fire weapon requested, fire weapon. Where are they? Action. Fire weapon requested, fire weapon performed, and fire weapon ended. So, in our player, we want to do on fire weapon requested. So, okay. We're mixing separation. We're mixing concerns here as well, because essentially there's a note in this that this is essentially blocking the is attack, like whether it can attack, and it shouldn't. And essentially, I'm kind of like accidentally fixing that now, but this is not how I should fix it. It should be fixed just in the character controllers template. We're too deep now. So what we're going to do is, instead of going for the signal of has the attack, there a valid attack being performed, is there an attack, not an attack, a weapon, a fire weapon being requested? So we're going to attach to that signal in the actual weapon. Now we're going to do character controller dot notify fire weapon performed. Now we're not subscribing to that. So that's the point at which the attack is going to get blocked. So the reason it stopped firing, I think, is I fired once and this is fine, this goes through. But because we were relying on a fire weapon performed before, which blocks the attack inside the character control, if I fire the weapon and it's still on cooldown, it's been blocked in the character controller, but it never gets unblocked. Unblock is down here. Now we could, for safety, put one in here, but I don't want to get into that yet, because realistically, I need to just control. I need to better document character control. I need to finish standardizing it. And I figured the module I put on it is deliberately an overcomplicated one. It's intended to be modular, so that you could swap out a movement module for so you can swap out a movement module for a simpler one that's a lighter weight, have as many. But I wrote the big chunky one first. Okay, that's not. Fire weapon requested. Weapon that notifies fire weapon perform. That will always notify that the fire weapon has ended. What happens when I fire the request fire weapon, notify fire weapon? So that sense is a we're managing this internally now with weapon cooldowns. I don't like the idea of removing it, but it also should never have been there, and it was a placeholder in the first. Let's just. It's not like I'm changing the package. So we don't actually need to set as attack cases. Necessary, and the fact that I've got two different modules charge of the weapon cooldown is just going to make it really hard to keep track of what. Okay. It is now click to fire. I need a controller. It's not. It's yeah. We'll get. I also need to. I can aim, but we can sort the aim later. I'm going to connect this to GitHub. Essentially caught up with the problem from yesterday. We've got the weapon-based class and we've got a projectile weapon. Aiming was not part of that, so we can just move on. Format text. Edit the icons that are available on like strike through. Game. I bet there's a like browser add-on for it. What I should probably do is pick lock key. Alt Shift 5. Alt Shift. That works. Okay, we're good. Right, GitHub. Wrong thing. Multiplayer MVP. No, we are play for free. So 6 files. Okay, done. Next thing, navigation. This also is going to integrate spawning. So I'm going to pull up the project. I'm not sure I want to do it exactly as I did it in the other project, but we're going to use that as just code reference. I also close all those tabs. First thing I want is, let's bring up the tab for enemy rect. This is the empty one. Also want enemy controller, which is empty, and this is intended as a sample. So we're going to remove this. Scripts, characters, create, and controller. Right, that's better. Move. Make sure it inherits before. So enemy controller is still going to inherit from character controller. Why are we angry? Hides inherited. Don't want to. Right, so we've just got an empty enemy controller for the add. I can drop. I know which one. I like my Add new. Essentially, it's exactly the same because it's placeholder before anyway. I'm just concerned that they have broken going to play mode. Like, that character controller is big and complicated. Right. Awesome. Okay, we're happy. So the other project, let me pull up scripts. This one got very messy, very all over the place. One of the reasons I wanted to might need enemy navigation. Right, so in that project, enemy controller inherited, and it says I need a navigation. Wrote this for it. It was fairly basic, and I don't like this. I genuinely feel like I could have integrated this. What we're gonna we need its nav mesh. Let's set that up. Our enemy is going to need a nav agent type. So I'm going to have to set that up. So AI navigation types. Now, some of this is, of course, I've got some like custom navigations. Quick look how I'd set this one up. See how I set it up. It wasn't Alan set up. Shade 0.5 to 0.25 to increase the step height. That's not going to be relevant for us. And the max slope got to. That explains some of the navigation problems we were having. Okay. Max slope, drop height. Do we allow drops? Do we allow oh, agent? On here's where we have some overlap of stuff, right? Because I'd started to build stuff like this in my character controller. And some overlap, and I wanted to take some time. I want to take some time to figure out how I want to integrate this so that we don't end up with things like when there's a movement module, we don't want a turn speed there and then an angular speed. Although I think we'll play with this later. Stopping distance to 0.5. We don't want them to stop right in your face. Auto braking, I think, fine. Obstacle avoidance, blah blah blah. Quality. I had that on high quality, and at one point I tested this with 1,000 enemies, and it still works really well. Auto traverse argument. Fine. That will do. Right, so we've got our nav mesh 8. So we need our nav mesh. I'm going to side by side these. And I'm not going to put this in separate. That's the wrong enemy. Let's move that so I don't accidentally back to it. So we've got. I caught a button on. What did I press? Okay. Caught one of the F keys. That's fine. Region. Ash. Yes, I think it's a little sad that like the old would recognize that I was doing this, and it would start auto completing these for me. Runtime. It's like Visual Studio's gone backwards, and they're now just relying on the AI to build it for you. Oh, sorry, that should be Endry. And if you have Copilot, if you don't have Copilot, it's like it feels like the autocomplete is worse now. Like, on Bing. There we go. Calling you. Turn your phone off. Tell them to go away. You have a good lunch, bud. Now might be a good time to stretch my legs, actually. Go grab a coffee, but I'm going to finish integrating this first. So what I'm essentially doing this is integrating both the enemy controller here and the can't tell the big boss to go away. There's just kind of consequences to that. So you could. It's not necessarily a good idea. Before I get too deep into this, I'm going to take a quick break to go and grab a coffee. So give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My God.
Run.
There's no running. There's no running. I have broken leg. Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please. Oh no! Oh God. There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my God, look at the screen! My God!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh God! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not! Right, I'm back. Let's get cracking on this navigation. So, first thing I want to look at is, let's get the components we're going to need. Integrate. Not going to need enemy, so I'm just going to leave that whole lot. I'm just using some of this for reference, not actually going to use the method. Okay. Now I can't touch type or physically touch the keyboard. Let's try and move the keyboard. So we definitely need the nav mesh agent. Cache a reference to that. And we're going to void wake get component. So we just cache the reference. IOE called when the script hides the inherited member. Let's have a look at the member. Past it. Where's the inherit method? Let's just collapse them. Destroy set awake. Detected virtual void, blah blah. Protected override. Base. Got awake first. Hey Fox, how you doing? Welcome, good morning. I like the hydrate. Alexa, another room. That was weird. Right, so we need the agent. I don't know whether I actually want to copy this over. So this is toggling between allowing the nav mesh agent or the character controller to handle. One of the weird things about the character controller I built, it interprets the enemy controller is just a decision layer. It passes it essentially just mimics the controller input that a player would make. So it's not really deciding go to that coordinate. It's deciding provide input in this direction. And that's about to do dishes. Washers. One of the household chores I hate with a passion is doing dishes. My dishwasher broke once, and that, as far as I was concerned, that came before like the cost of a new dishwasher. Like, I had to go like I couldn't afford to just get a new dishwasher immediately, but it was I was saving for that. Like I was like, I must have a new dishwasher. I cannot like I hate washing dishes with passion. Not allowed to have one. Is that because you have to like modify the kitchen to fit it in? Well, that kind of sucks. You know you can get countertop ones though, right? Eben, it's going good. It's going good, mate. I'm making game. I got progress. Not deep enough for your fancy plates. You know, I've noticed even my full size dishwasher. Like we have these Alice in Wonderland plates, and if I put the large plates in, the spinny thing on the top shelf, it will not go round because the plates get in the way. Now our upper drawer can be changed in height, but if I put its height up, I can't put pint glasses in. And you're not supposed to put the glasses on the bottom because it's more intense. I mean, it's going to vary, right? Like different brands are probably going to have like different distribution space, but right. So now this navigation is assuming that we've already spawned. We actually still need to deal with the spawning issue. I think the enemies are spawning floating in space, and I'm not sure why that is. Uh, Maybe what I should do is protected void override void start base.start direction vector dot. I'm going to just give it an input, and I'm going to see what happens. See if they drop to the ground when they have some input. It might just be that because there's no physics object there. But what I find weird is they have a character controller, and the character controller is supposed to have some physics on it as well. You know what I mean? They spawn floating. And them spawning floating is fine. Like, the enemy spawner tells them to spawn there. The fact that they spawn there is not the problem. It's the fact that they stay there. Neighbors will generate. If you want, Demon, yeah, I'd appreciate that. I think it would be like a lot of it would fit some of the vibe for this. Quite like the smell from diesel. A lot of people do. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new enemy. Create a 3D object. Cube. Test. Cube. Not a portal reference. Rigid body. And I'm going to prefab that. Test cube. And I'm going to go to, where did I put the projectile? It was room building, room, and we can swap that a test cube. I didn't put on, so it. Right, now it has the enemy script. Delete the one from the scene. So room building, room, test cube. There, right, and this should just fall. This is I'm trying to isolate if it's something to do with one of the components on the enemy itself, or okay, this is beautiful. Okay, so it is something on the enemy itself. Room building, room. We're gonna attach the end. Let's have a look at what's. Have mesh agent. Character controller script. Character move module kind of script. Binary search this. 1, 2, 4, all off. Play. Good morning, Amy. How you doing? Where did you send the asset pack, Stephen? That in Discord. I'm excellent, Amy. I'm excellent. For the sake of completeness, Stephen, there's a form. Have you seen the form I sent round? Okay. I sent you it in Discord. Look at the GDD and look at the contributor section. There's a link there to a form to fill in to help me keep track of any provided assets, so I don't lose. I've had some. Yours is probably going to be a little bit easier because once they actually finish passing it in the asset store, then I can just like swap it out for that. But I just want to make sure I don't forget. Right, I lost my train of thought then. Right, enemy. Blended into the Twitch. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Okay, they do not fall. Let's not fall. Nothing preventing it. I thought. Not one of the modules. Let me player. I mean, this seems fine. I don't know what I shouldn't agonize over this. Once I add the nav mesh spawning, it's not going to matter because they're going to spawn directly on the nav mesh rather than floating above it, and there's no height in the game yet, so I should not agonize over this. My brain tends to lock onto like when something's not when something's not behaving as you intended it to behave. A lot of people will just skip over that, and because like it doesn't matter at the moment. It's kind of working, so we'll ignore the fact that it's not working as it. And I don't like doing that. And I understand why people do, because they're like, there's no point focusing on fixing something that doesn't necessarily need fixed. But what I don't like with that is that if you look at why it's not working as intended and figure out how to make it work, or at least figure out why it's working different, that improves your knowledge and it allows you to adapt those later. I don't like this, but I am going to. I really want to get this navigation done and quickly. Now, my enemy controller has just move direction set. One zero zero, right? So move direction should be the same as me just pressing right on the keyboard. Failed to create agent. I don't really care about that for the moment. Why are my enemies not walking? Right, I'm going to disable the nav mesh agent. I just want to hide those and mess. Let's put a debug character controller, move direction. I'm setting the move direction to right. Let me bring it up in the player controller as well, just so I can double check how I'm setting it there. I don't have the player controller. Alt 1, player controller. Handle, so set move direction. Move direction dot normalize times input dot magnitude. It's already normalized, so that's fine. Move direction. So the input, and it needs mapping to X and Z, is so we're setting the move direction ready. I guess I'm going to just print it out and see if it's set. update, a.fix update, and debug dot log dollar value move direction. I'm going to delete the line in about 10 seconds anyway. Right. There's a reason I left this. I didn't put this as a multiple choice because there's a lot of different. I didn't. I was about to. I was in a train of thought and I just got to it. Do you know, like, because I don't know how far you've got with the process for Unity yet. Is it just going to be Unity standard assets license? Because there are most assets on Unity are available. Not super familiar with. Okay, fair. So most assets on the Unity Asset Store are available through new directions not being set. So we've confirmed that. There's a standard license. If you've not specifically arranged for a different one, then it'll be a standard one. So I'd put in that box Unity standard license. And then note the assets. Remind that I need to swap it out for the one that's in the assets once it's. Right. My enemies are not moving. What I set them to do just was essentially just mimic the player pressing right. So first question, and I'm gonna drop the side by side because I need to look at what's different between the player and my enemy. Let's drop one there. Drop one. Animate character controller. Oh, it's a network object. Well, the player's a network object. Yeah. Got character controller. Then we got network object. We need network object. Could they potentially decide to go different ways? I think would. Object, right? Apply this back to the prefab in a minute. Object. Huh? Overrides network. Network object. Don't think that's a problem. Oh, for the moment. Thank you, bud. Let me have a quick look. I wasn't gonna get into it. But let's have a quick look at it. I was gonna wait until I finished what I'm doing. But let's have a quick look. Nice kit. Download it before I bring it up. Download. Industrial environment asset. Save it. Download folder. That's all. That's impressively. How well did that compress? My Windows Explorer is being a pain. Hang on. Right, here we go. We got it. Which monitor am I on? Change back to a different rather than that open accidentally. Right. Readme. Let's turn off group. Group by on readme.text. Monitor. Testing. I'm not going to read all of this now. Formatting in here. Meant to be the MD. Oh, much better. Much better. Scripts.meta. Okay. We have scripts with this. Bin object and rainbow material control. Okay. Textures, shaders, meshes, prefabs. You set them up as prefabs? Oh, I have to. Right, I'm going to commit this. I'm going to commit midway setting up navigation. Origin. And what I'm going to do, drop this in and we'll have a look at it. Hi. So you didn't just make the models. Let me swap screen. You didn't just make the models. You set it up as a kit for me to drag and drop, essentially. So you got the force field material. Hang on. That's cool. We'll worry about that later. I'm just gonna. I needed a transparent material to stick on here already. Probably doesn't help that this is like max reflecting just basic grey because not really anything behind it. See, like if you look through there, look, you can see the behind it, whereas this is just like default grey. It's also really reflective. We'll worry about that. Probably. Have a quick look at. Oh, it's got a scroll speed. Oh, I can assign it a pattern. I'm just going base. Oh, okay. I like that. That's very cool. What else can I? Advanced option. Fresnel and color. Can I change the transparent? That needs offset. Okay, that actually did what I wanted. Accidentally. That did exactly what I wanted there. I actually wanted to change Fresnel. Or a bit of both. I kind of like that. Okay, let's go with there. Offset, essentially how far it... It feels almost like the offset is like it's strange, but behind it. Come back to that. I'm going to go with there because that essentially produced exactly the effect I wanted for this. Exactly the effect I wanted. And that took all of 2 minutes. Okay, let's have a quick look at the rest of the kit. Got the force field, sci-fi kit, scripts. I'm not going to look at all the scripts at the moment. Showcase scene. This is what I want. Save the bootstrap scene. Damn it, Demon, you're distracting me. Holy hell. Okay, the fact that this displays... Hang on, let me go back. I'm just considering... That's kind of interesting. I'm just thinking about the fact that I'm just sort of looking at... I'm not even sure how to articulate. Skip over that. I'll come back to it. Like that. Oh, I like that. I like that very much. How is that? How have you done that? That's not scripted. Is that done in a shader? Is that a time? Is that a time parameter in the shader? Or am I missing where it was done? Color show. Rainbow controllers. Ah, okay, it'd be this, right? Okay, this follows. This tracks. Makes sense. Got to execute always so I can see it in the... Oh, okay. Close that for now. But hang on, didn't this say it was like... This was like 90 megabytes. Let me look at what it is uncompressed. It's 63 megabytes. Look at that. Okay. That is frankly incredible. I remember a point in the past where you would submit a single texture for this object and it would be like we'd be struggling to get it in Git LFS. We'd be struggling to get a single material for this under like within Git's large files system like limits. But the fact that you've got all of these models, and these don't look low detail, right? Like, they don't look low detail. These are there's so many. How many? Okay, these need better names. That is carried by the normal maps. I figured. Nice to see a bit of displacement as well, but I mean, frankly, these are fantastic. I thought that I when I got a moment at the right angle, I didn't think that was flat. This is very cool. And a lot of these, I think, panels like I mean, I'm trying to keep the arenas relatively simple, but these would work well as the walls. Would work well as wall panels. These would work well as like just decorative middle of the arena. Oh, but these would work well to show scene. There's a lot of good stuff in here. I'm gonna delete this for the moment because I'm not gonna add the artwork till later. So I'm gonna delete that for the moment. Get very unhappy with me. I had a scene open where I just deleted the asset. But that's really you'll have to let me know when you'll have to let me know when it gets approved so I can have a look at that on the Unity asset store because that's genuinely impressive. But for 60 megabytes to have not just all of that, but additional scenes that show it off. Like, I think for anyone like who's still around that's just like hasn't done any game dev, I've had people send me individual models that are that are lower quality and take up more space than this entire kit because they don't know how to optimize assets. And it frustrates me no end continually having this argument with artists. So like, oh, I need to be able to submit multi-gigabyte models to the game. Like, no, you don't. Hey, Corley. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Like, you don't need like think about it for a second, right? If this model, this wall model, was 5 GB, and this wall model was 5 GB, and this wall model was 5 and this wall model, I've got 20 GB of memory just for the walls. Like, you can't do that. I didn't save. Oh, of course I deleted the that force field shader's coming back in. I liked that a lot. And I'm gonna focus on getting these guys working, like these enemies working for the moment. So I'm gonna drop one in. Where did I put randomly? Move him there. That's the player. Enemy there. I hit play. They're hard coded to move, so let's see what happens. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. The character controller, I put a gate in for I put a gate in so that only the owner will move. Which means it doesn't take anything. So who do I make? I'm trying to work out, do I spawn these as a... I feel like they should be a network object and they should be owned by the host. Oh, this gets into fun of... I'd originally set this up so they spawn... It's not attached to the net. It's not. It doesn't the network. Okay. So I need to set these up. So they only spawn if they're a host. So we gotta fix the enemy spawner first. So let me just make sure I haven't got any fault network prefab. Right, network manager. Don't need that. Don't need that. I need the room. Room spawner. This needs to be a network behavior. Because it needs, I need access to the networking stuff on it, obviously. Change this. That needs to be a network behavior. And I'm just thinking, do I just get it to do nothing? If it's a... If not is host, turn. Right? So it's just going to do nothing. Do we have any public method? Right. That should also stop it. That should stop it from spawning before I actually hit host session. It's not a proper fix, but it will do right because there's no host yet, right? So if I now go host game, okay, and now because I'm the host, they move. Room doesn't have a network object component. Would you like to add it now? Oh. Oh. Hang on. Room is a mono enemy. I need to add a network object there. Now, the room itself is never going to move. So when enabled, spawned instance network object will automatically migrate to any time active. All that. Don't need that. Right. So now we've got the is owner. What I want to take care of is enemy and player. Enemy needs same. It needs network transform and a network animator. Let's add those. Network animator. That animator authority mode is owner, which is always going to be server anyway. Authority mode, owner. Check what they're set to for the player. I don't think I actually got around to change. change it on transform. Right, so that can apply all. Nav mesh agent, apply all. Right, so they should now move. Or he won't move until I host a session. If I just try and join a session, he won't move. He moves, but he's controlled by the. Okay, I kind of like having two players as well. Like, there's a couple of games I've like built this like dual player thing just for shits and gigs, and it's kind of fun. Right, they are spawning now. The owner. Why are they? Wait, what? Okay, now I'm confused. I don't know enough about how the networking stuff works. An enemy needs to be. Let's go back to the enemy script. And he's a character. A character is a mono behavior. A character should be a network uh, network behavior, right? Player was. Player wasn't. That play mode. I think the player controller was, but the player wasn't. But it doesn't need to be a network behavior if it doesn't access any of the network stuff. Player script, something like that. Player just inherits from character. I'm not sure if this even cares. It's gonna care eventually. Because we do need to gate things like firing the weapon because we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen for the other ones. So in these, right, if not is owner, turn, and the same, just in case we call this from somewhere else. Right, and for the enemy, focus on the enemy controller, which is a network behavior. And it's owned. Why was it not moving till we spawn? Are we doing something on character controller? Character controller, enemy controller. I'm confused as to why it's not immediately doing things. Why I have to hit the spawn button? See you in a bit, bro. Right, host game. Also, we spawned basically all the enemies. I know why. I know why. I think I know. Enemy room spawner. Right, so our next spawn time. We've already exceeded all of that time. So what we want to do is void on network. Not on network. It's that I put in the player controller. On network spawn. When the network object gets spawned, message handler ready to be registered, the network is set up. Okay, so want to put in a on network. I'll make this an object. Here's a network behavior. Void on network on. Hides inherit. It's an override. Override, and it's going to be private now. Click. Public. Get spawned. Message handlers are ready to be registered. Network is set. So we want to then set next spawn time dot. Now they shouldn't all spawn instantly. Go back to full screen. So initial guy, as soon as I hit host, because we have a host. Okay, I think that might be an execution order thing. Um, ready. False. False. We don't need to do. We'll do network ready. True. So I could fix the execution order. If not host or not network ready, turn. So what I think is happening is when it gets to that point where it's allowed to do anything, it's running the update loop before it will trigger this. The object exists. Already, the object exists already. Is that even going to count as a network spawn? Already exists. We'll find out. I don't think that's going to count. It will count eventually because we're going to spawn the room by code. Okay, so I don't think this. Okay, that's interesting. Because network ready is false. That should not. Right, we're gonna check the update. I'm gonna attach. We're gonna. Right. So we're not the host, so that should return. Right, if I hit play, it should. We're just going to keep going around the loop. Right. Hit host game. Let's stop the debug. Stop the session. It's in the backside. I should have started that. That's attached to you. I think the on-network spawn is just not run because we're not spawning it by the network manager. Okay, play. That should never reach spawn enemy. It is triggering on network spawn. Okay. Next spawn time equals. My brain fart. Network ready. Now we should be able to get down to. Enemy to spawn is 10. Enemy count is 0. That's fine. Next spawn time is 2.7. Should. Rounding error, I guess. 0.7208. 0.7. Time is not less than next spawn time. Oh, it's equal. Oh, okay, I'm thinking it should be less than equal. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm getting my. Then we add next spawn time plus the spawn interval. Spawners dot length both 1. Enemies is 1, spawners is 4. Have 1 enemy. Choose an enemy. Hit play there. Now we're going to come into enemy again. And somehow time.time has progressed more than a single frame. I mean, I know I'm holding it, but I'm not holding it for like I'm holding it for like 30 seconds. Like okay, what we're gonna do is play. And that was a good 10 seconds. Huh? And this can't just be a debugger thing. I'm gonna come out of the debugger. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna do bug dot dot log time dot the dot time dot time currently. Want to know what time? So this shouldn't run. Looking at the execution order there, it like we are getting on networks. I'm guessing a network object like that triggers on enable, but only after the network's enabled. I don't know enough about the multiplayer API. So we're going to hit play, and this should just print out the time. What's going to happen is I'm going to, side by side, I kind of want to get to a point where I'm going to hit host. And 1760 1788. I feel like I'm missing something very obvious. One interval. Go. Go. Okay, they are spawning at a delay. It was just so fast. Okay, it just so fast. I was missing. Okay, we're also going to set there. I'm still going to do that in awake, just in case we play play solo. Although, not okay. This is going to be a problem. Play so back to that link. Back to it. Stop. Enemy spawn. Next thing is if I hit play. Now that we know they're not all spawning in, they don't trigger just created. Think I might know. Think I might know. Enemy, we won. Or do I put it here? No. I think I have to use spawn enemy rather than. I'm gonna. Okay, I think that might overlap with the next spawn, but I need the network stuff. Spawn enemy. There's no argument given. Enemy template. I think there's void. Just me. Meant to be a template. Template. What overrides do we have? Don't. Okay, time to look up the docs. Up. Docs. One. Register. Oh, fun. Asset IDs. Okay, don't need that. One function cells own delegates. Same. Game object. Okay, client connect. Register prefab. Old version of the documentation as well. One. Do this off screen browser. Someone need to networks. Network. Yeah. Object. Feels a horrendous docs page. So much contrast between. Some of them are really well laid out. They feel very modern. Some of them just object. I just want server. Interesting. Current parent. Authority. Interesting. Local player. Blah blah blah. Player object is requesting pro. Fine. Do you know what I'm going to try? We're going to try. I'm going to try. I don't think this will work. Try that. I think I know how to get around this. Well, get to that in a second. I'm just kind of experimenting to get a clearer idea of how these work. Rose. Oh yeah, I've definitely upset. Okay, stop Unity. Stop. I'm just getting unlimited clones. Okay, that was fun. Okay. We'll not do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spawn enemy, turn enemy. Yeah. Dot. Um. Object. On. That I think is going to do exactly what I was doing when I was going into the menu, pressing the button. Should see. Yes, they spawn and they run. Fantastic. I am making my life much harder than it needs, but I trying to make this into make the AI, the decision layer of the AI just what's rather than using the nav mesh. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Right, so I'm gonna get that fixed. So enemy work. Now we'll get back to the actual navigation. So that's for later. That's for later. Let's just crack on. Want the enemy controller. Want the other project. Right. So what we need to work out is which bits I actually going to need this. So I'm going to copy bits over and just strip it out. All I really want is the bit where it's actually getting nav mesh. Random. Okay, so this is going to upset it. What I didn't pay attention to, I kind of need that once they start moving, drop into. They do, right? So they spawn, yeah, and then they drop into. Got some. I don't even the nav mesh. I mean, it needs a nav mesh, but right. So let's go to my enemy control. What we're going to do, we're going to move that. Don't need to be the direction it's going anymore. I'm going to do. We'll do this in date. So update. I'm going to hide an inherited member. Yes. So protected. Oh, oh, oh. God damn it. Override void. Update. Base. Dot update. Make sure we run the base first. Then we're going to run void set. But this we're going to end up making smarter as we go. Press a path to target. So now in the enemy here, have a look at how we handled it. States for a start. We can assume for the moment all our enemies are attacking, they don't have weapons, so they're not going to patrol, they're not going to idle, they're just going to go for the player. We will add to that as we go, but you can assume for the moment that that's simple. Not, but we'll make this. Right. So, trying to remember how I sort of work out the bits I'm actually going to walk, control, base or play, move direction. Right. This is the bit we want. Input direction. Enemy nav, not move direction. Then beyond that, we are just setting move direction. X set.x put in a placeholder 3, go back to the second direction dot z properly. We're doing the right order. Move direction. Said. I'm board again. Right. So put. I'm kind of working backwards. Not just a pre-allocation. That's pre-allocation. We'll do that. I'm going to add pre-allocations to this. So pre-allocation is something that really only needs to be a local variable. Because it's being redeclared potentially thousands of times a frame because of thousands of enemies, we skip that step. So really it only needs to exist here, and normally you would do a vector direction. I don't want to just reallocate it every frame. Thinking about that. Were we are we walk patrol? I just want to double check whether this is happening in update or fixed update. It should be fixed update. I don't think every fix. Not even hides inherited member, the current member override, blah blah blah. Was used. Input direction. Now what we had is this not going to work in our. We need to replace this with something. Let's have a look at move direction. We're going to skip that. If the agent has no path yet or no movement, probably want to. The agent is just nav mesh. We do have that, so put that in. Definitely need. So basically, we're saying if we haven't figured out a path yet, void get direction. Didn't pass anything. Fine. Oh, and it's a vector 2. Void get. Right. I'm gonna just. If the agent has no path yet, let's do it. It's the same character control. Mapper id, not storing the end itself at reference 9.1 off to all dead just got dead. Now this can error, but what I usually do is put sanity checks in. Definition dead. I character. Okay. Dead. Dead. But this is on the enemy in this character. Get is dead. Also shouldn't be publicly accessible. I think this was done in a rush. And it shouldn't be on here because it's also stored on the character controller as well. So it should be using its reference to the character controller. Private. Right, okay, that makes more sense. Right. We're going to detected, dead, dead. Now, I'm not sure this is actually set up. Yeah, this shouldn't be and yeah, that shouldn't be reminding me how in character control. Right, so enemy controller can now access is dead. Turn back to 2.0. Back to enemy controller. So now we're going to get move direction. Get move direction. Direction, right. Agent has no path yet. Path is no movement. Agent velocity. Take that. Never want a velocity that is uphill. So we'll cut that out. This feels really unnecessary. No, this was to make it face. I don't think he's not setting the target. Do that later. That later. Yeah, don't know. Okay, so not sure I like this. This feels unnecessary. Don't remember why I put it in. I mean, it's there as a fallback, but the way the character controller works is it provides me an input, right? If we're not getting a desired velocity, the agent thinks it's there, or it doesn't have a path. So it should never just delete that. We can revisit. So we normalize it. Get in the direction. Move to target. Right, so this is where we set the target. Right, we can go back to the controller for the moment. Setting the move input. Do we want to apply the soft stop? Not yet. We'll figure that out later. Now this had complicated attack range. We don't actually care about any of that. This was just run in a direction that's fine. Apart from the fact we're not setting a target, that looks like the last bit we need to do. That returns the new vector 2. I'll forget this. Put direction X. Direction Z. Dot Y goes in the, and that should provide us a move direction. At the moment, it won't have a target, so we need to give it a target. Move to press the path to a target position. Right. That for the moment. Rip it apart. We don't need it to be like, if we're dead, we do nothing. If we're not on the nav mesh, we probably need to move to nav mesh. Not. I wonder if we can. I'm considering just adding something to teleport them to the. We'll leave that for the moment. Back to it. We're going to spawn them on the nav. Shouldn't really be able to leave it. Although we might add knockback weapons later that. What if we've broken the nav mesh? Agent.set destination target position. I mean, a lot of this is kind of unnecessary. If success, agent stopped. False. I feel like I really need to work a lot of this because it's knocked up very quickly. Okay, I'm going to do... now. I need to get the target. Let's drop out of that for the moment. And target could be more than one thing because we've got multiple players. So we'll do we need to make some static references, but I'm thinking I might need this. Player. That can be read-only. Contents are not read-only. Also, we don't need don't need to define it. We just and character is a network behavior. So character doesn't have on network spawn yet. I'm going to put it in as a placeholder. So protected search ready public on because it already exists, so we can. I was going to put it in as a placeholder. I don't need the placeholder because it. So what we're going to do is on network public ride void on work on public. It heard me saying I wanted it override void on network despawn. What we're going to do is this add this and list remove this. So basically every player that gets created will be accessible through publicly. All players, I would just call it all because it's already in player, so it's player all players is applied. But ambiguous when we're reading the rest of the script. And let's do click local players. If owner then local players, I'll add this. If owner local players, I'll remove this. Okay, so because later I'm planning to add mixing local co-op and network co-op, I'm just going to create those now. So I can differentiate. We want to explicitly want to add. I could create a new list by creating a property that filters this list by this list. But that requires me filtering the list every time I do it. What we'll also do public only static list players player players new. We'll go else players this, else, players, add this. So this takes up a tiny bit of extra memory. Bear in mind, players are only really going to have at most 4. I mean, even if I decide to add some crazy big later and have like 30 players, the list contains a reference, doesn't contain a copy. So here's a couple of bytes. I forget exactly how big they are. They're not very big, but this I will not have to process later if I have anything. What's likely going to be looking at enemy or the UI, things that are going to be accessing from on multiple frames. We can sacrifice a little bit of memory to save having. Right, so back to enemy controller. Now our basic movement will be find the nearest player. Don't need to pass them. Have the list ready. Float. Just float max value. Also do if play get the bracket player dot all players dot count equals 0 return player P in players sent. Right, I'm saying that it's going to set me now. And this is on the enemy, so we're going to do trans void repeatation. Allocate allocation vector. Write it first, then we'll decide. Float. Tell you what, working with this definitely going to my touch typing skills. Transform. Oh, hang on. Let's just do vector for 3 dot. Actually, it's just 2 3-dimensional. So p dot transform dot position and transform dot right distance to player. Then we do if distance to player is less than distance to player equals. They closer player all. That kind of does the same thing, but it avoids the calculation if the list is empty. Still want to avoid the calculation. I'm going to want to make this in brackets. Bracket closest player. Right, so update this reference repeatedly and turn closest player. Find nearest player. I think since we'll just do the start for now because I'm going to test this. So we want to set get move direct. Right. So get move direction is every frame. Move to is just setting the actual target. Move that wants a target vector 3, so we're going to get it close. Find nearest player. Find nearest player. Dot. Let's not skip ahead of ourselves. Player. Out. Yeah, let's make it an out. Try. All. Out. Play. Player. Here. My brain is right. Out nearest player. So we're gonna. This means that we need to sort of change up a bit. Turn false when it's null. Fine. Nearest player must be assigned closest player. I'm going to rename this. Rename this. I'm renaming them so the names overlap on purpose. Telling me you're not going to let me do. That's been such a. I want you to delete the references. Let me do it the other way around. That is actually such a useful quality of life thing. Right, it did let me do it eventually. You know, I can leave it like that. That's fine. Closest player. I will do closest player. Okay, so it's always assigned to, but it's assigned as null. If this returns false, this returns true. This is done. Okay, that works. Now we're just going to do if find closest. Get a try. I find nearest player. Player. Let's just use naming. Move to right. Closest player dot transform dot I did. Okay. Now, get move direction will just return nothing if we don't have a path. We won't have a path until we've actually set move to. I am thinking Does this get called? I don't know the execution. I don't know if this gets called before networks. Find nearest player. So essentially, this should set it. That should give it an actual goal. Get move direction. Just essentially convert, getting us two-dimensionally. Where do we go? You're wondering why I'm getting a three-dimensional get move direction, converting it to 2D, and then converting it back to 3D. It's partly because I'm flattening it. It's also partly because the character controller doesn't. This is why I need to. I really need to review a lot of it because a lot of it is really overkill for what it does, and was even though a lot of it's incomplete. There's a lot of things it was designed to like. It just overkill for even for what it's intended to do when it's complete. I wanted to make it have more features than the one, and sort of just be less over the top than the Unreal one, but also make it modular so that I can drop in and out different components rather than just having everything. I think at that we can pray to Coding God, and we should get an enemy just walk towards the player when we jump. I'm going to complain it's not on the nav mesh. Hey, I saw one move then. Cannot move two. Right. Move two. Move two is called. Right, so this. Okay, so we didn't handle. Let's have a look at the enemy spawner in the other project. That I was spawning it directly on the mesh. Variable. Yeah. Got. I think what we should do is update the spawners to it. I mean, this massively overcomplicates it. Get a random point in nav mesh. Nav mesh.sample position. Find the closest valid nav mesh point near the random position. That's what we want when we're actually spawning our enemy. So let's go to spawn it. Fix that. Don't like the tabbing being out. So void get on. Right. Now, I don't actually care about a random position in this. So I'm going to give it the enemy spawner position. Then we're going to return. I want to return a vec3. So vec3. Return And that's way simpler because we don't really care. They're actually spawning outside of the player's view, so it doesn't really matter if they overlap. Might have to figure out the fact that they might collide with each other. Problems. Deal with that in a second. Until we up the spawn rate, we fine. Do we care? Do we care about an area map? Oh, did I rebake it after I made it? I did. So replace that with position. Hopefully. Game. Just me, or did they momentarily exist here? Agent is not on navmesh. Are in fact on the navmesh. Quick look how set up. That would help. Ooh, wait. I don't. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want it to bring up the step height. Um, I think around there. Okay. Object agent. Care about. Let's make the. There we go. Make sure overrides. Right. Now that we've got a nav mesh that's enemy compatible, hopefully that find it. Okay. Progress. They're trying to walk towards the player. But deal with why they can't in a minute. Deal with why they can't. I'm going to take a quick lunch break. Let me. Go to be. I'm going to grab a quick sandwich, and we'll take a short break. I'll be right back.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS. Hello guys, I'm back. Right. So we can see this a little bit more clearly. What's happening. Let's go it again. Post game, and then I'll drop into. So they're trying, bless them. They're trying to get there. Got. Okay. I'm questioning it. I don't think it's. Question is, why is it jittering back and forth? Almost like it's. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I think there's agent time. Check out because I think audio for the clips be a bit low there. Tell you what, I'll do that now before I forget.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. There we go. Right, let's just check settings on these. Speed, angular speed, acceleration, blah, blah. Excellent. Good to hear it. Enemy nav not relevant anymore. Enemy controller is, but we've ripped a lot of stuff out. Oh wow, there's a lot in there. A lot. Right, let's just test and just confirm. I'm going to go back to enemy control. Confirm a few. Ah, okay. I never actually called the set movement. Why is it jittering? Let's see if we can figure out why it's jittering. That one's not jittering. This one is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I remember. I remember. Okay, enemy navigation. Where are we? Agent. Manual movement mode. So the agent generally will handle the movement for you. And I don't need to toggle this, but I do need to tell it I'm handling the movement myself. I just want you to give me direction. So essentially I'm using the NavMesh agent to do the pathing, but I'm writing my own actual pathing. Right, let's hit play. Essentially they were fighting each other. Come on, spawn. Okay, we're not there yet. Well, they're not complaining about not being on the nav mesh. But we probably should align them to the height. Let's break out a method for this. Void up. Now, if I remember rightly, this needs to be again. This needs to be a coroutine because need single frame delay. And setting up a coroutine with a yield return null creates that second delay. Right, or just add it in correctly. Right, awake, blah, 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 blah. Don't actually want, got it. So that, there, and we're if agent.wop, so this is essentially go directly to nav mesh, do not pass go. Start the coroutine for that. Dot next transform dot check. Oh my god, I set these backwards. Work. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay, well, he's not going anywhere. That was not okay. So I'm going to clean up some of these excessive debug logs while I'm at it. Right, what have I missed? So the agent setup, next position. Late update is just turning. If we're not on nav mesh, should probably put that in as a protection. It's basically if we're not on the nav mesh, your next position. I script. Hang on. Roller. Yeah, it's essentially protection. If it's not on the nav mesh, make its next position the nav mesh. The thing I was talking about earlier, where if they get knocked back mesh, so they will essentially make a beeline to the mesh. Setting its next position to itself, when it samples a position on the nav mesh, it's just get the closest position to itself. Right, what I should do is now I need to call set move input. That calls get move direction. That should be. Yeah, I swapped from coffee to mango juice. I've been. I remember somebody years ago mentioning. I can't remember who now. He mentioned that like something talk show hosts and people like that do when they have to talk a lot is like they'll drink orange juice or something similar, lubricates the vocal cord. I am not used to talking. So I figured idea. Right, okay. You're not moving, so let's do bug log to dollar current on Name. Direction. Let's continue. Okay, play. How things work. Why we paused. Game. Current move input is 0. Oh, what are these? Okay, something's gone wrong there. I'm going to restart Unity. We do save. Moment. That was a little strange. Oh, that reboot. Yes, I will tab in and set in all. It's opened. That was fast. Never mind. Current move input is 0 and should be 0. Say that now. Right. Post. Current move input 0, 0. Enemy clone is 0. Right. So what we want to do, getting nothing from them. I know. We're only finding the target once on start. It's not going to be a good idea for performance if we do it every frame, but let's just do that moment. Try that again. Oh, we have inputs. Have inputs. Excellent. Our enemies now chase us, and we'll get us stuck. That's okay. We need to make that reasonably performant. So what we're going to do is we're going to co-routine. repath code to serialize field float path file. I'm gonna have to. It's doing my not in trying to do that touch type. Let's say equals 0.f 5 frames. So instead of doing this in start, we're going to do that's just to do I I uh, loop while through yield turn to 8 seconds. Well, what we're going to do like that. So instead of doing it every frame, we're going to do it every interval. Bracket, there we go. If try find nearest player, so if it finds a player, it's going to move to blah blah blah, and then after that, it's going to move to whatever the closest player is transferred. Now, as a player, you're not really going to be able to see that because it's every 10th of a second. I mean, the default is we could probably make it a full second, and you notice get that little bit of enemies changing direction, but we can also add like this. So public void path get. What we're going to do is that and player target null, and we're going to try find do I want to do. If target is null, start breaking this. I like to use the single line, but it's getting a bit long. If target's null, we do that. Not to move to target.transform. So this will be essentially if a player damages you, change the target immediately, or it's one of the ways it can. And then inside the code routine, we just call repath immediate with no target. That will just do exactly the same as it was doing before. But rather than writing this code in here, make sure it's all in one place so when we add logic. So our next thing is on network. Did I put on network here yet? This is a network behavior. On network support, right? So we've got on network support. So I want to do on network public override void on network on base, and we're going to do start coroutine repass loop to repass coroutine flat, and then we public override. I really don't like the new Visual Studio on network spawn base if path coroutine not stop coroutine to make sure we don't leave things. But I'm making a point to close it because this one moved to nav mesh. It doesn't have a loop. It just waits a frame, which is why I'm not really at it. Right, so that should allow us later trigger and target side player and it blank there. Make sure we document. I complain about other people's code documentation. Kind of, I'm a little torn in this because I'm trying to make this where I can go through things at a high pace. I think I may have kind of screwed myself a little bit in that. So like started working in things I'm not used to. Really split. Now, the last thing we need to do is look at their destination. That basic, so boilerplate. My code. Part of the stuff I was building for the character control. I remain distance even when false. Next. Don't need. Right, so has reached so if we're dead, we've reached our destination. If there's a path pending, we haven't. But we definitely haven't. If we've got a path and the remaining distance less than stopping distance, have reached our destination. So get move direction. Right, so just working out the order I probably want to because I want to check has reached destination. probably put it here. So if we are at our destination, no move direct. Now in the previous version of this, I had a soft stop. So if has reached destination, turn vector 2.0. Right? And I'm not soft stop. Worry about that later. That's poly. I could actually probably just the agent desired velocity, cap it rather than. Okay. Curious as to why never selecting player. Probably because they already exist. Let's have a. Yeah, so I'm adding them to the list. On network spawn, and they're not being network spawn. Right. So at the moment, we have swarm mechanics. Our enemies will barrel in and annihilate us. Okay. I'm gonna call that navigation done. Simple animation implemented. That right. Navigation. Alt Shift 5. Right. Health. Do you know what I've not got? Be able to test this. Dealing damage. Close the other. Close character controller, the enemy controller, player controller, enemy. Right. So the health is actually going to go in this case. Now, usually when I'm doing this, I actually create a health script. I am just going to keep this simple and go serialize. Really? Lost. Serialize. I am getting really off with Visual Studio. Losing its autocomplete. Is genuinely very irritating. Close and reopen. That's going to take some. It's not just stopping working. It works, and then suddenly it doesn't. Starting IntelliSense. Let's view no background task running. Or run some background tasks. max health. Hang on, we want that to make it 100. We haven't applied damage to projectiles yet, but I'm going to do that as well. Split region runtime variables. If this carries on, I'm going to switch back to 2022 because it's the little things that keep getting on my nerves. Just int health to on enable health equals max health. Then we'll do I put the damage? Realized I'm doing this in, and I probably want to do it in the character. Right. Right, so it gets. Should I put that? Maybe I should put it on the network spawn. No, we'll worry about that later. So public void heal damage int amount less than or equal to 0. I prefer doing early exits. Then we do formatting health minus equal amount void die if health is less than 0 die I'm not going to clamp it. No point. Is dead. Okay. Where we character control. Careful with it. Enemy doesn't get a reference to it. These could go on the character. Enemies will have weapons too. Then we have a reference character controller. So we'll do is to all is dead. Just get on controller dot dead. That's the character control. Same thing as I had before. Move that. Copy that. Put that there. Dead. Right, that's happy. Still not having it. Let's go to it now. Go on. EMD character controller. There's definitely an is dead here. Protected. There is. Dead. That is correct. Wait, was it private? Oh, and it's public. Was protected. Um. Um. I put character. Controller. I haven't set up the optional call to the character. All right, character. Don't want to have to register for events again. On die requested, die performed. This is, I'm just gonna changing the paradigm of how I sort of built it. Deal with the fact that fleet not autocomplete that on purpose. Dead. Track it locally. It's fine. It's dead. True. If dead, I'm calling the property version because I'll add additional text to it later. Dead return. If is return. Wrong is dead. Stop trying to be smart. Right, and now we do controller dot notify die performed. Hang on. Request die. Request die. Request die. There. Dead return. Set dead. On die requested. Invoke. Then we do delayed destroy. Now you want to. I don't actually need to kill it because it's on the controller's there. The controller's going to do that for me. Let's try that. Oh, hang on. I have to actually kill it first. Projectiles. Now let's just double check the layer collision matrix. Layer projectiles. I haven't set up enemy, and what I probably add to the projectile. Right. and projectiles can ignore weapons. Get projectiles to ignore. That goes all the way. What I'm going to do is change projectile base 1 projectile. Now, how do we calculate damage? Do we put that on the weapon, projectile, or kind of a bit of both? I feel like we have. Let's just start with it on the projectile. Right, so serialize field. Damage 100. Defaulting it to 100 because that's the health. They will, or the health I defaulted. Characters, they'll die in one. So, public damage damage. Right, so it's just external access. Now, do we want to do the collision from the projectile itself? I'm trying to think conceptually. If the projectile is in flight, will it be colliding with other things where I want to maybe not be doing the extra checks? Let's put it on the camera. On collision, enter. I should look. At the moment, I think it's a giant capsule. But deal with that in a minute. I want better, like a little smaller, because I think like you want it to be. So, bug. Hang on. If vision dot layer get collision game object dot layer 11. That's horrible hard-coded nonsense. If I remember rightly, there's a way you can do it. I can't remember what. Layers bitmap. I don't remember it. Bitmask. on I don't like very at a layer mask. Right. So we want uh, I think it has have to do with minimum health. Layer dot get. Layer file typos. I'm making the default for this that it detects this character. It will any projectiles. So oh there. If we're on the layers, we do vision dot game object if vision, I'm going to do a try game object try get component. This is a secondary check character out C to. Oh, that's interesting. I always think this formatting shouldn't work, but it does. I'll go into why in a second. I'm doing okay, Stephen. I've got swarm pathing. I've got swarm pathing working. Right. So, do I actually need? Okay, let me explain this first, right? So, you would think in the if statement, but here I'm checking to see if it's got a character component. But here I'm just directly using the character component. If statements are resolved left, right. And this one is an and condition, not an or condition. So if this resolves to false, it will immediately drop out of the if statement and it never accesses this. So even though this seat is declared as part of the condition of the if statement, as long as it's to the right, you can. Now in this case, I don't think I need to, because inside the deal damage, I am already checking that anyway. So I just do c dot deal damage. Oh, I'm thinking a bit backwards. I think I'm writing from the projectile. Oh, I'm going back. I'm going backwards. Hang on. So If it's a projectile, same thing. I went back and forth on whether I was going to do it on one or the other, and I ended up doing it in the character and then writing the code as if it was a projectile. So p dot deal damage. No. Dot deal damage. Dot damage. There we go. I'm going to leave that public, even though I'm only using it internally. There are other things that could cause damage. Right, we can now shoot. I can't aim yet. I haven't done aiming. Actually, let me grab the controller, because part of the reason I haven't done aiming is because this was designed to controller and I haven't set it up yet. Give me a sec to grab the controller. I'll be right back. Oh no. No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS. Right, I'm back. So, now, the game that kind of inspired this, Smash TV, let's take a quick look at it. I've got it. While I try, because for some reason the Xbox controller protests and you go from one PC to another. It's got this function in it where if you tap the connect button, toggle between the Xbox and PC. But if you've connected to two PCs, it's like doing that. It constantly just gets upset with it. Have a quick look at Genesis. I can show off. I don't remember if I'll have a quick look. Rage. Don't tell me the controller doesn't. Yes. Fine yet. Really? Oh my god, I'm just going to Smash TV. It would have actually been faster for me. Are they all? Right. Guess it's not included. And I'm not going to dig around for it. I will. Part of me is like, no, we must find it now.
Peggy 12.
Gotta be. Workshop. A lot of the A lot of games available. A lot of games available for the Mega Drive Classic down as odds place. Here we go. I am so it replaces, and it's just let's try that. Load the full. I want to show off the game that like I drew some inspiration from. I haven't played this for years. This was an amazing game on the. Well, this actually responding to the controller. Sort of. It is incredibly loud. Okay, it doesn't respond to the controller. Yes. Gilly, left. Press a button, move an axis, left. Delete this. Is okay. There you go. Get your shit. All indie. First center, 0 all sticks next. A, D. That's all I need, right? That's all these games actually care about. Games like Gunstar Heroes. There we are. Gunstar Hero. I'm going to turn the desktop volume. Okay, so player one controller. This has a really cool. Turn it up for myself as well. This had a really cool feature in it. See this? One player, 2 controllers. And this is something I really loved about this game. Because this game predates analog sticks, right? You have one D-pad and then 3 buttons on your controller. That's it. So they came up with a way to use the D-pad from both controllers to give you a twin stick, essentially. And me and my twin brother used to play this all the time, doing one controller each. Like we'd play together with one doing movement, one doing firing, and it was amazing. You could also just do standard 2 players. But here's the thing with the controller fire, right? There's normal fire, reverse fire, and lock. Because again, you didn't have the ability to. You didn't have 2 analog sticks. So normal fire fires in the direction you're traveling. Reverse fire fires the opposite direction to the direction you're traveling. Why does that keep timing out? Stop it. A lock fire just makes it always fire in the same direction regardless. Now this is not really needed nowadays because we have twin stick, right? But I really think this is kind of still useful to integrate because imagine you're playing with a keyboard. like integrating this sort of thing. Anyway, I'm not going to do it with the prototype, but I think ultimately the default for this game should be twin stick with a modern controller. The backup should be keyboard and mouse with mouse directed in. But why not let somebody just play it with a keyboard? I mean, some people, there are plenty of people with only one hand where that would make it playable, because if you're, let's say you've only got a left hand, your W, A, S and D and then your E, R and F are the forward, backward lock. Play with one hand. And I really love that. Like, so let's have a quick this was like a mockery, I think, of like 80s and 90s TV shows. Right, so if I hold normal fire, look at how small these characters are. Oh, I'm trying to press it. Right, so if I'm holding backwards, I can fire like basically running away, or I can fire the direction I'm running. I just want a brand new toaster, or I can lock my firing direction, so I can straight around target. Now nowadays this feels a little bit clunky compared to like twin stick, right? But hey, when you just had two had the option, and this was like I loved it when developers did fun things like allowing multiple controllers for one player. There was a game on the PlayStation, I think, that made you unplug the controller and plug it into the other in the other controller port. I don't remember what the game was, but you can see with this, like, I think it's not a roguelike, but it has kind of the vibe of a lot of roguelikes. Right, I'm going to kill it there. Get back to actually making the game. Right, let's have a quick drop in. I don't remember how I configured the controls, but let's find out. Yeah, it's got the same perspective. Absolutely. Interesting that this is the player. Enemies go for that one. Failed to start network manager. That's it. Let's remove the bonus. We don't need bonus end. Save that. Name to layer is not allowed to be called from a mono behavior constructor. Call it in awake or start instead. All right, let's quick look at form. Ah, that's it. Bit shift operators. Do that. So, right. So, I need to change the correct number. Ah. Air mass collision. Check the number. 8, 10, and 11. 8, and games is not safe for using work. You don't trust the AI response. I'm trying to work out, Stephen, how to get how exactly how much I want this like distorted perspective. But I can move around. On the controller. I pressed an attack that I need to disable. Double check what I've actually got set as character controller. Player control. Right trigger. I mean, it feels like mechanically it feels fine. I mean, when I was bouncing stuff off the wall, it looked a little bit unnatural. But I want you to be able to see the walls a little bit. So there isn't really a great way around that. Okay, let's see what else. I had this problem. When I had this problem before, it's going good, Amy. It's going good. When I had this problem before, I had right trigger. To me, I didn't. Get hash. Let's see if it still plays. So we can, if it's the controller, I've just. I want to be able to see a little bit of detail in those. I am going to enable the ability to camera down a little bit as well. So you can see angles. It's kind of designed so that not really what you want to be doing. Right. Okay. I can't fire, so I've broken the ability to fire. Before I start on a new bug, added health to characters. Let's take a snapshot before I break anything out. Now, player prefab, bullet prefab, character player. Now I moved. Character. Did make a lot of changes to character. Question is, which change was the breaking? Let's push that for them. Have a quick look through because I did a load of debug for this earlier. I'm going to attach there and we'll see. That should be correct as well. I think I've just clicked on Then I moved. I had to control weapon. I think I know what I think. Character layer, projectile layers, alt enemy. Weapon is found automatically. Um, I'm just trying to work out. Do I need to on fire weapon requested? Horribly designed. Move that. Then we'll move right to signal. A lot of this is just character based, not player based. Weapon. We need stable. Right, that's just creating the list. That's just removing the list. I don't think that's actually going to fix the number list. I need to go into the character. Okay, well, I'm being swarmed. Right, let's get the where's fire weapon being called from? Controller dot on requested. Put a breakpoint here and we'll want to make sure it's actually firing. Okay. Fire weapon. Hash. This. Character controller. Parameters. Right. Animation hashes. Give me does not exist. Online 258. 258. Fire weapon trigger hash. Is fire weapon. That's it. Parameter for it doesn't exist. I never got around to adding that to the bioweapon trigger. Okay. That behavior. I think what's essentially happening is getting to that point. It's just why it's not given an error, because I feel like that should be an error. Still nothing. $258. That ball. Through. Bioweapon. Right, it was at least getting here because it's triggering it. Right, I'm gonna just double confirm. Right, it is getting. Right, it's getting to set the ball. That's the. It's happy with the that attack. That's kind of not relevant to what we're doing at the moment. On fire weapon performed. Oh. On. Right, so we've got triggering. When I press it, it. I wait. I think that should probably. Or non-enable. Okay, it never played the awake. Wait, I just rigged. Oh no. Oh, of course. I told it not to subscribe to Sigma when it's an owner, but now I'm making that generic for every character. Then it should work for the player because the player is the owner. That's the break point there, and see if it's out there. Right. Are we the owner? We are not the owner. Dollar's not null. That's fine, but we're not the owner. Hey. Uh, don't actually care. We always want to subscribe to the signals. We are going to instead we only actually do the fire weapon. Okay. That's the wrong place. Hey, Amy, I will fetch for you. Okay, so because I set this upon the player first, and I was sort of punch again. Oh, I set this upon the player, and I was thinking about, well, I don't want the player to do anything. I wasn't thinking about the other characters. Now, I'm trying to think. Should this just be the owner? That means the fire weapon is only triggered by. I still don't think that's the problem. I think fire weapon itself can be his owner only. That means the server is responsible for when a character fires. Correct again. So I think what was happening is this was firing before the networks. So it wasn't an Oni, have an Oni yet because it wasn't network spawned yet. So in subscribe to signals, there's no ownership to look at yet. Figure out if that. Let's see if that. Okay. Post game. I am hoping to get this to the point where it's actually like you could go around and shoot by today. I can shoot. I can shoot. It's only forwards, but I can shoot. Okay, so the enemies are not dying. And because it's not a player projectile specifically, they probably should set it will bounce off the player. So enemy character. Let's have a look at what's actually happening with the collision. I know what's happening with the. When I made the prefab, I noticed when I changed the D, it didn't apply player. It's probably the same thing happening. Projectile, any project. Let's do, and let's make sure that we have 100 health. Okay, but that should have been damaging the player. Let's add a couple of log dollar character name of by vision dot game object dot name vision dot game object name on player, and the next one is just damage. Second, add in some debugs just so I don't have to It does actually work over network, Steve. I could, in theory, just send it to you to both join and just round. Not that we could do a lot with that, but could. Post a game. Okay. Self. I need to set up the aiming. The aiming is going to be what I set up next, I think. Kind of hard to shoot when I can't. Enemy. But they're shot by the bullet clone, but it's not on the correct layer. Let's have projectile. Create a breakpoint. Match it. Wrong place. Oh, that's immediately getting shot by itself. So player was shot by its own bullet. That's fine. Projectile layers. Mask. Um, layers. Bit mask. Oh, that's horrific. Formatting can't be the best way. But I'm going to try it. If collision layers, so in my case that's projectile layers, dot value, not 0. That looks horrific. Let's see what. I think what I'll do is I'm going to try and get it to the point where, like, I've got controller aiming. I have a controller to play with, right? I might get controller-based aiming working first, and then I can send it so we can at least have a play. Oh, I killed myself. Ah, player still has. We don't want player projectiles to kill. Oh wait, it's only project. Oh, I'm going to limit this. I'm going to have neutral projectiles. Don't know. If I instantiate it, will it trigger all the physics? Try. Prefab weapon. What I want to do when I instantiate projectile, so new projectile layer, layer, game object layer was not. No, it's not, because that's a generic weapon for basically everything. Feel like I'm right. Prefabs, projectiles, gate, variant, play bullet, duplicate that, enemy bullet. Enemy bullet is enemy projectile, and layer bullet, layer projectile, because it's attached to the weapon. Okay. Weapons. Weapon, create, variant, layer, weapon, gate, enemy. Right, player weapon, prefab, projectiles, player bullet, weapon, enemy weapon, projectiles, enemy that. Right, so that's on it. Player bullet, player projectiles, enemy doesn't have a weapon yet. Well, player weapon. Player weapon. That works. Right. Now, our player, projectile layers, projectiles, and the enemy, projectile layers, player projectile. Forget about the clone on correct. Okay, it's dealing damage. We are dealing damage. Not the correct amount of damage. Right, projectile, bullet. Damage is 100. Player, fabs. Right, so let's do character. Deal damage. I'll use we get that. So basically, if I hit this with a bullet, of course it's not instant. There's a delay before they die. There's a 2-second delay. Because I intended them to have an animation. Right, notice that guy. He died. His animation stopped. Okay, let's get these side by side. Want to be able to see this a bit more close up. Quite that, not quite that close. I select one of these. I got one. Accidentally. Okay, but that's working. Okay, so let's knock that off. We've got health done. Longer to implement because I need to do it. Weapon stats. We kind of already got. I'm happy that's it. We've not got wave spawning. Don't have a simple flap. Don't have pickups yet. But I think it's probably higher priority. Get the look. So there's a couple of ways I can apply this. Let's see if it. I kind of want to just see if it builds. Let's try build. It built. Built. Beautiful title screen. Oh, it works. It works. Steven, are you still there? Okay, let's. While you're here, I'm going to send you something. I want to see if this still works over network because there's some of the enemy movement stuff that I'm not sure will work over network. Let's find out. I can drop that in 5. 43 megabytes. That's minute. Yes. Done. Right. Do me a favor. Download that, post the game, and then drop me the join code. Won't be able to see the UI very well because I've got an old UI over top of it, but when you hit host, you'll get a copy to click. anyone else who's about is welcome to win as well. Not that we're going to get much of a game out of this point, but I'm asking you to host because then I'll see the things not working on network at my. I think I still need to add some of the network sync stuff to the end. Kind of curious how they'll behave over network firing or firing bullets as well. Hydrate. Give me a second, Amy. I need to fetch a fresh drink. So as soon as we've tested this, I'm going to. Thank you for the. Once we've done this, I've got 2 hours to get the rest of today's features done. Okay. So I'm going to spam fire. So first question, do you see my bullets? Do? I'm guessing you can see the enemies, but I can't. Okay. What about when you fire? Can't see mine. Okay, and I can't see yours. I'm assuming you haven't just stood there waiting to die. Because I don't think I didn't set. I don't think I've even set the projectiles up as network objects yet. You won't be able to fire if you've pressed one of the attack buttons that's not set up because it blocks further attacks. And because it's not set up, the attack never completes. So it's like waiting for the attack to finish that is set up. Oh, that's interesting. Did, but it left me on this screen. That's interesting. Go to the code. Same. Leave game. Join game. Join game. Not meant to be the same code. Broke it. I found this before actually, like because I'm not doing a lot of the cleanup you need to do. When you leave the game, it'll get very upset. Let me host this time. Let me see. See what it looks like from the other side. So have a code. Okay, so I can see you running around. Wait, and the enemies are ignoring me? Hey, assholes. Oh my god, they just love you. I assume because they don't appear for you, you can just run away from them. Okay, so the enemies are obsessively attacking the other player. Right. Okay. And then you just get stuck in the level when I leave. Okay. I'm going to drop out of that. I'm going to quickly. I'm going to nip to the loo and grab a drink. I think it's something to do with me not cleaning the session up properly when it finishes because the template I dropped in for the game loop was from a single player game. Right, I'm going to nip to the loo, grab a drink, stretch my legs. Give me 5 minutes or so, and I'll come back. And what I'll do next, I'm going to ignore the networking problem. We'll deal with that in a little bit. I'm going to set up a base class for the pickups. I'm going to set up a basic particle system. I might skip the wave spawning because I don't think it's totally necessary. And then I'm going to set up a full map with multiple. And I'm going to do the aiming. I think I'll do the aiming first. Right. Give me a couple of minutes. Be right back. Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Got distracted. Right, let's do the... I'm going to do the pickups next. We'll deal with the aiming thing. No, we're not. Let's do the aiming now. Are we doing... Yes, right stick. Doing right stick. Okay, let's open the character control. Character controller. No, no. Character controller, right. Now, if I remember rightly, in here, there is a move direction. I don't remember how. I don't think it's fully set up in this. So there is a look in. Oh, what I'm going to do. I'm going to do override void state. No suitable method to override. Well, that makes things easier. Void update. We'll do debug.log name looking at look controller dot right. I just want to test this. Is it actually like reading the input faster than 1,000 lines? I am hydrating right now. Thank you. Enable hydrate. I didn't mention enable it. Add. There we go. That should have a hydrate. Awesome. I accidentally pressed a button. Right. Okay. All I want to see is the console output in a look direction. Is great. Bring up the player. And the movement. Got a rotation. Let's look at because that's going to be our key. Okay, our rotation speed. I think probably need a second one. Got rotation. Not all of these are used because I still intended to charge rotation. Start with rotation settings. Rotation enabled. Rotation. Copy that. So we're going to give a higher rotation if we're attacking as an option. To if rotation type should be towards movement. I didn't fully implement, if I remember rightly. Rotate character towards movement. Rotate character. Right. So I for dynamic, I overrode it and just. So what we're going to do, take movement, dynamic. Take character towards, but rotate character towards input. But I'm going to copy. Take character dynamic. Now, first question is, are we attacking? Just want to check as well, because this should be looking right. So that should rotate towards. We rotate. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Rotation in. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that should definitely be. Let's just see how that behaves. I can't wait for the upcoming changes that are faster. I am so excited for that. Right. So our default is towards movement, right? I didn't need to stop that. Changed it. Right, so this doesn't turn at all. Okay, that's definitely not mapped right. I suspect it's because the move input is mapped to
a plane and the look input isn't? Input character controller dot look input. Want the player controller. Set move direction. Handle look input. There we are. Tools. Okay, that's just directly reading the value. And I think I need to do the same as I'm doing with this. Handle look input. That gets the vector 2. Ah, okay. I just twigged. I can do this all still in the character controller. Where was the method? Character movement module. So vector 2, vector 3, look put in put equals controller dot. Hang on, we want a 2 vector 3. We're going to want controller dot look input x 0 dot y. Think. Try that. I think essentially I was only getting one direction because it was like trying to rotate in the wrong axis. There we go. That's kind of interesting. If I just hold it in a direction, look. Only when I'm walking. Hang on, is there some? If we're moving I didn't write. I don't think I even finished writing this. I think I just copied it from the move input because horizontal velocities not really relevant when we're if we're moving fast enough to movement-based rotation. That's not how that works in here. I never got... That's just not how it works. It doesn't fall back at all. So that's nonsense. Up there. So it was working perfectly if I'm standing still. Okay, there we go. What a nonsense problem. I managed to ricochet that off 2 enemies. That was pretty cool. Oh, that was beautiful. Okay, allowing the projectiles to bounce. Allowing the projectiles to bounce was absolutely a good idea. Like, imagine when we get to the point where I just enable rapid fire when we're in a game, and you're getting hoarded, and you get shots that can just ricochet amongst the crowd. That's going to be. Okay, so that's working. Now we want dynamic. Question is, what I'd like to introduce this is a lock toggle. So do I have fire is the trigger button. Now, if you, it's got to be one of the shoulder buttons, I think. So jump is on the south button. Fire is on the right trigger. Crouch is on the west button. Sprint is on hold stick down. Interact is on the keyboard. Attack is special attack north. Okay. Lock. Now we're going to put this add binding on mouse and on right shoulder. I've made it middle mouse as well because when I implement the mouse-based aiming, okay, got look, save that. Actually, layer controller now. Private, put action, lock. Going to be player only, so we'll do full look locked. And we're going to do set up controls. Lock. Look. Yeah, that's fine. Because it's bugging me. There we go. Much happy now. Got that one sticking out. Yeah, bouncing. I love bouncing projectiles because it gives you a lot of. It's quite satisfying as a player when it just ricochets around and clears a whole crowd, and it's very easy to make that. Like my projectile has a bounce limit, and you just extend it. Like you just increase the number and it'll bounce. And doing that with the power up at runtime is trivial. Okay, handle look input. Okay. This is where we need to send this to turn. To look input equals blah. If lock look turn look locked return, and we will do same in here. If locked turn. Right, so that's now we need a handle look locked input. So let's do void handle look lock input, and that's going to be if look input look dot was rest this frame, then we're going to do look locked equals not look locked. Right, so we press the right shoulder button, right shoulder, and we can no longer change our look angle. And I say in a modern game, this isn't totally necessary, but it also doesn't work fantastic. Save it. Dumber. Handle. Look. Put. No. Look. Lock. Input. I didn't put the method in. There we go. Hey. I mean, I guess it could make it easier to fine-tune shooting angles, but really I'm putting this in as, oh, there we go. I can wiggle the stick now and nothing. And then what I'd probably do, try and make it dynamic. I don't want to make it on click because it's hard to aim and click. But what I'd probably do is set up a layering, a gating system so that when the look input itself drops back to 0. See you later, bro. So when the look input itself drops back to 0, if you then push to a full lock, it would auto unlock. That would be option. Right. So anyway, we've got the look input. Where'd I put the Google? Don't need. That wasn't in it. So let's save that to GitHub now. Implemented look based aiming. You know, when I did this in the previous project at a scramble, it was ridiculously overcomplicated the way I did it. There is a minor tweak. I kind of want to add the dynamic as well. It feels quite janky without it. So let's add dynamic. So we can now rotate towards input. So if look, it's controller dot look input is greater than look input is greater than 0.001f. Check this. Look input is greater. Right, I was just considering how this would interact with the lock, but the lock prevents the input changing. It doesn't prevent how the character interprets value. I'm going to make that slightly larger epsilon. So if we're providing look input, we're going to do rotate towards input. See? Vector 2. Oh, hang on. We look input dot magnitude. Else rotate towards movement. So what this says is if you're pushing the input, then obviously we want to go that way. Otherwise, just walk forward. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a to do here. We need a middle ground to position. Maybe the rotation speed limit might do that already. So, but I also want to increase. I already added the variable for it, but I'm not implementing it. I'm going to skip it for now. But I want it to be that when you are firing, it rotates much faster. Oh, I'm still on rotate towards. I didn't. That was actually ridiculous. Like, if this works, that was actually ridiculous. I really wrote it. Okay. Beautiful. So I can force the look, and if I let go, it just snaps back to where I'm running. Oh, that's... I can skill shot off the walls. That means I need enemies with shields that always point towards the player. I absolutely need enemies with shields that always point towards the player. That's going to be cool. Right. Added dynamic look direction. Hit. Push. Right, next, pickups. Scripts. Create. Script. Pickup. We are going to... I think these are going to end up being subtyped. So create folder pickups. Oh. Open that. On Visual Studio, wakey wakey. 3D object. Let's make this one a up. Up. Set the transfer that. Up. Mesh. Up. That. So mesh. 5. 5. Now we can't see it at all because it's grey. While I'm at it, I'm going to expand my material library. Create folder metallic. Folder glass. All kind of in between. Metallic. Metallic. So we want fully metal. Say it about 0. Okay, we get a different interaction with the light in. That's essentially the same materials, I think. Oh, I mean, it could be a different grey. Yeah, it's a different grey. Could be compared to that one. Metallic. Not sure what the best setting for metallic is, but it creates material variance. Go not. Go tools. Color creator. Oh. Oh. Right. Add glass. 8 material. Eight material. Glass. Current. Bow. Very right. One. That's some fun. Actions on the bottom there. That's lovely. Oh, I just realised I told you to both faces. Still renders. Back to my both faces. I don't know what is with that. At least I'm on the wrong monitor as well. Let me. Right. So should receive. Don't need alpha. I don't know what's causing that, but I think let's drop here. Yeah, it doesn't like glass. That's the way the lighting should be. Glass. Right. That'll. Okay, so we'll tools color create 12. Okay. Let's make this metallic. Down on the center. Probably need to replace them. So we'll use the glass one for that. For the moment, I'm going to put. But that will, that essentially does. That we deal with the overlapping data. Right. Okay, so we've got our. Let's get the goal. Right, so we've got our pickup. Probably want to separate and visual mesh. Trying to think different components and hierarchy. Put a trigger. I want to see active. Think it will. Yeah, it will. Physical. That's what. On here though, add a on trigger enter bug.log other dot I just want to see what objects it falls through. It's going to interact with the floor. Slider is child object. Thought so. There's a way, I can't remember what it is, but you can make it listen for child object. I remember rightly. No, I'm not 100%, but I'm trying. Okay, hit the ground and the background mesh. Effect. The actual, the full object that's falling. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to make one otter tree. Whether or not this collider con don't really listeners for that one. Pull that one. Fall. Right, so now it should just great. I'm also going to restrict its rotation. Can't move anywhere. Fall over anything like that. We're also going to place it on a oops. Yes, change the children. Duplicate the pickle mesh. Slider. Second one, I'm going to just I'm leaving them the same size for the moment. Let's also edit project setting. Layer collision. Don't want pixels to collide with themselves. Will this trigger? Can't collide with itself. I need to make. Should essentially the question is, does it trigger? It hits the ground. That's fine. Okay, so pick up, serialize, go back to the serialize field's broken again. Good job, Visual Studio. Int point hash value. I should probably add power-ups later as well, but let's default that to 1,000. We'll make a property for it. Public hash value equals value. Actually, don't need any of those anymore. Oh, got the arrow. Okay, so now what we want is our characters currently checks like it does an on collision end. So I'm going to make this a virtual void. Character on collision. Virtual abstract members cannot be. I was about to. Good. So now we want the player protected override void on collision. Enter collision. Perfect. Now we're going to do the same. Whether I should. Yeah, let's do the same. Let's do pickups, layers, and for the moment it's going to be. That's it. But I'm doing it in the same format so that we can extend it later. So I'm going to do. Hang on, I don't need that to be on character. Just need to be on players. If I hate the formatting of this, so I'm going to copy it. Variable. If pick up layers, collision object.layers. Okay, so if it's a pickup, you then do if try the collision dot game object dot try get component pickup out pickup Okay. So this is where we get into I need somewhere to track this. So float hash for 0. You don't need to initialize it as 0. I don't know why I keep that. Make a public for. Oh, there we go. Oh, I forgot the type. We'll make that an int, but it's going to be monies, so we're not going to bother with decimal. So we'll do hash for plus equals dot hash value. We probably want to set up a signal later for UI to that, but that is fine. Moment. Some way of outputting it now. Let's just debug.log it. Debug.log. I'm going to put a string reference in here for now. String player name, because I'm going to allow players to change data. Equals Dave. Do add UI. Change this to public void set player name this dot player name. Okay. So for now, it's just going to be hard coded to Dave to the dollar Dave player name. So a player is going to collide with it. Then it's going to increment the value. And then we go now has hash 4. Okay. We also want to do the destroy the dot game object. We handle that actually. Yeah, because we might want to extend that later. So public void destroy pickup. And now destroy game object. And I'm doing that in a wrapper purely because I expect to extend it later. Gives me where I can keep. Right. So if I hit play now and walk into the power up, should come in the log that Dave now has $100 right in the middle. So I made it angry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dynamic type not yet implemented. That is no longer true. I left the error log there when I fixed it. Go. Ghost. Cross fingers. That looks bad. Well, that's going to make it hard to see anything. I think we're pretty much ready to check off pickups option. Go. Play. Got an hour left. I don't have time to be waiting for the space to catch up. Dave now has $1,000. Perfect. Right, pick up. Let's prefab that. Fabs there. 8 folder. Pickups. Okay, that'll do. That one. Let's make the enemy drop them. Enemy. Character. So we've got serialized field. Oh, it's working now. With. So. Oh. I'll make that an array. Then we'll do serialized field, float, pick up, drop, chance. Way round. That equals 0.5f. Now we need about when it's going to actually drop it. Character.die. Okay, we'll make this a protected virtual void die, and the enemy will do now if I run it the way I wanted it, I'm going to have to put the check in because here's a question. If I have a virtual, I exit or base, that's not going to exit the. So protected override void die base.die if dead. Don't like this, but there we go. If is dead, drop pick up void drop pick up pick up. So float RNG equals random.range. Huh? No, that's not how it works. Random dot range, min inclusive, max exclusive. Turns a float within 0, 1. If RNG greater than pickup chance, I'm fighting the autocomplete so much today. Wait. If the character's already died, there's a delay. So it's fine. Instantiate. This is where we're getting into the network problems, but we'll deal with that later. Instantiate. Pick up P pickups random dot range at 0 and okay. No, not the chance. Oops. Length. Instantiate P at transform dot position and Pernian dot identity. So that's going to basically spawn it on top of the enemy because the enemy takes a couple of seconds to like deal a death animation and stuff, even though we haven't implemented it yet. That will spawn where the enemy is. Want to change the layer collision matrix, make sure enemies don't collide with pickups. Probably want to make pickups collide with projectiles, or player projectiles, or projectiles. Okay. That instantiates that. Going to do if dot length 0 return. Just an error check, just in case it's not been assigned. Good. Now give us excellent pickup drop chance and pickup. Right, pickups, projectiles. That basic one. I hit play now, go and start shooting them. About half of them should drop a pickup. Go and it spawned immediately. Something is telling me I've not got the math right. I just got insanely lucky. I was set to 0.5. Oh, wait. Okay. Max inclusive ranges in terms of float. Okay, so I wasn't returning a float, I was returning an integer. So, and since it doesn't include the max number, random range 0, 1, if you put integers in, always returns 0. I need to deal with that. So turn. What do we mean finish turn? Oh, old debug that got left in. Need to clean these up big time. I've got a lot of like stray ones. Oh, did I? I didn't. Oh, showing that I'm a little tired. Right. Okay. Let's go. Game. Okay, they're not. It's not all spawned. Perfect. Still can't pick them up. Probably. I think I was basically spawning on top of it before. I think. That's not it. Yeah. Place one in the. Okay, not. Why are we not? It's done the same thing as it before, but players. Okay, that looks correct. Let's see if it's actually being triggered. Will attach. Okay, it's not being triggered. Comment that out. Back to I save both. Yeah. Okay, host game. Not able to touch. I was able to touch it before I prefabbed it. Literally, I was standing right. Okay. I pick up. What? Player was shot by. That's not correct. Okay. Connected void. Saw that. Saw that. Working. File, please. Go. Go. Okay, it has triggered it. Component, it does. So it looks like it was purely. I think it's just that its collider's too small. Right, let's try like this. Slider. I was trying to not make it excessively large, but trigger. Make it even bigger. Two. It's got to be touched, right? I'm really confused why Capture collision. Try one of the others. Maybe I just turn the rigid body off and just build. Doesn't need physics. I then turn the capsule clock. Only got trigger. Okay, no. Player and hide. Not even triggering. We don't have a breakpoint. Nope, that's not it. That's in the player. Player is in the player layer. Why aren't we able to trigger? Okay, it's triggering the function now. Okay, let's look. That initial pickup gets destroyed. Oh, is this going to be the same? That triggered by the player bullet. And the pickup, like, what? Overlapping with itself. Shouldn't be able to overlap with itself. Okay. Collision game object. Bullet clone. On the correct collision. That's the enemy. That's fine. Come on. Oh. Stepped out. Over. Feel committed now. Watch. I'm hitting play. Right. Now we are enemy clone colliding with pickup. Okay. Enemy clone colliding with bullet. First off, I'm going to tweak the layer collision. Enemy don't need to collide. Don't. Huh? player. Don't collide. This way. Pickup should only collide with the player. Nothing else. Player is on the player layer. Weapon. Okay, let's try that. Okay. So bullet has collided with it. That's fine. Bullet has collided with it. That's fine. Bullet has collided with the. We just all the enemies, please just die. Bullet. Yeah. Come on, come up. Don't want to have to step through this. Second. No. Bullet clone. Bullet clone. Oh, nobody going to drop me a picture. Really, guys? Really? Are you just going to be dicks about it? Oh, now it drops a pic. It immediately disappears. Play a bullet. Right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a breakpoint in there. Okay. And we'll run that again. Get in. Oh. Definitely. I think this is definitely one of those things I'm missing. Right. That pickup spawned and immediately just. Did it. Oh. Right, I'm going to stretch my legs and let the cat out. I'll be right back, guys.
Well,
Oh no. No, no! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No, no! Not now! No!
it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! Right, I'm going to simplify this. Annoying me. I was trying to extend it, make it things I plan to do later. But let's get rid of that. So don't want the rigid body anymore. Paste 5. That was half size. That was half. Height is 1. That works. Take the collider away. Capture collider from mesh. Then so currently 0, 0, 0 there. 5. And we will offset 5. There we go. Now it's just got a collider there. I think. Right, and since I edited the prefab, it should edit basically everything. Look. I might also, rather than checking layers, check for the component. Because that's not even triggering at all. It was triggering. Let's set that. Not made any difference. Not unit. Oh. Feel like this is one of the moments where I'm missing something stupid. Check the player. Player configures. Vision.gameObject.player from player is this should trigger immediately. Touching the ground, and I've put the breakpoint before the. Where is it? Back to provide. On in the ground. I all at the pre. Right. That looks right. Wait. Change the layer collision make. Get it to not collide with anything. Food the ground. All right. You need it to be able to touch the ground. Okay. I've just realized what it is. This is why sometimes it's a good idea to step away for a minute. Okay. Player. Here we go. Somebody was laughing at this. On trigger, enter. If other dot game object dot layer that lot. Other dot game object dot try get component. I don't actually need that. Means I also don't need that to be protected virtual. Now I feel dumb. The amount of times I've done that in the past drives me. One of these days I will. One of these days I'll get used to it. Controller. Oh, it disappeared. Wait, what? Okay, let's have. It disappeared. I'm still. How is it back? How? How is it back? On trigger enter. Right, let's see if we actually get there. Good. Oh, we're back to the. I think we're back to the question of is the trigger collider actually big enough? Right, that should have triggered. That should have triggered hitting the ground. Oh, wakey wakey. I accidentally control. Go on to. Which players? What's the ground set? Why you no trigger? What? Why is it hovering? Huh? It does the grounds. What's going on there? Oh. Right, that's being pulled down by physics. It should be triggering. No, because the trigger is on the player. There we go. Although notice the player has instantiated off center. And it's about to get teleported to the center. Right, this is saying it's not the correct layer. Other game object. Okay, we're making progress. So got okay. I just twigged why it's the reason it's a bad idea to do hierarchical colliders like this. Okay, we'll go play. Right, game. So the other game object is this, right? Dot transform. Dot transform. Dot parent. Dot try get component. And now we'll go play. Host. Okay, that worked. Get some enemies. And match. It's still not true. Okay. Why are we not triggering? Not even triggering at the moment. Correct layer. Not excluding the layer collision matrix. That contact. Right, progress. So back to the theory of it's too small. .7. You know what? I remember someone telling me once, but I'm best now. Mentioned the physics on these gets a bit funky if you scale it. Make it slightly taller as well. And let's try that. I'm going to move the breakpoint for the moment. Post game, come on. Okay, I couldn't approach it because the enemy standing on it. But that's progress. What we need to do is anyway, we can leave that. We can leave that. But this do for now. Move on. Added format paragraph. Projectile weapon framework, wave spawning, or simple full map. I have 15 minutes. Which one can we do now? I'm going to skip the particle projectile weapons because I actually think that the projectile based ones I quite like. So the next question is, how do I want to handle waves? First off, let's have a look at our route. All the doors, our exit doors. Only the red one. Right, I'm pretty sure when I walk out any, I wasn't. Fix that. Oh, okay. First off, that should be a small eye. Secondly, no exit door. Make that one still an exit door. Pairing it to see if it's got the player tag. Oh. Rides. All the material file. Right, this is registering all as an exit. The exit door itself, that's fine. Right, so that should be only the red door exit door. I mean, the code says. But okay, there we are. Perfect. So let's do on awake as well. And we'll get component in. Oh, hang on. We need to allow enemies in, but not players out. So let's add a. Have a network object. Would you like to add one? Network object. Rest. Network. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone the door mesh. So player barrier. Move them. Add a layer. Barrier. Add that barrier. Okay, that's got the door script. Oh, no wonder it was triggering when it shouldn't. It's got a subcomponent with accidentally. Okay, that makes a bit more, that's a bit more sensible. Door. I have a feeling, well, cover that in a bit. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do door serialize field lost serialize field game object player barrier. Right, so player barrier is door player barrier. Need a way to register that all the enemies are dead. So we need, where's the enemy spawner? Blah, blah, blah. Enemy spawner. Not the enemy spawner. It's enemy spawner because we have layers. I want the game manager. So let's pull up the game manager. Scripts. Game manager. We make it a variable. We'll do all round over false. Do public all round over round over set game over to value. So spawner, enemy room spawner. We need to register a hydrogen. How you doing? Am I unemployed for these? What? Normally this is running. Well, first up, most British people take time off in the summer. Secondly, for anybody at university and stuff, get the summer off. So there's that. In my case, I decided to go and do some research at university, and I'm off at the moment. So there's that. I'm applying for a PhD PhD program. So I'm kind of taking some time off in between. So one of those things is I wanted to make getting a game built. So I was like, okay, I'm going to take a few weeks to build a game. But yeah, like I'm trying to get a funded one as well, which unfortunately takes a little bit of time. Because I have my own project in mind, which means I need to put a funding proposal together, get the university to back it, and put in all the funding. And I'm told that can take quite a while, like a year. So, in the meantime, I have some intermittent jobs with clients, and I have some applying to a part-time role somewhere that I can leave my schedule relatively free to just do my research project. Because I'm applying for a PhD, but I have a big list of research projects as well. So I want the free time to be able to do those. I just need to sort of make sure I get a little bit of money to sustain myself. When I say a list of research projects, like I've started writing proposals for all of for 38. Like, I'm not just like, oh, I have like a fanciful to-do list. I've genuinely started writing up the proposal for 38 of them. The list of the ones I would like to do is a lot longer. But it's finding the balance though, because it's kind of hard to. I'm trying to figure out like where I want the balance of time to commit. It's kind of hard to find a skilled job where you're only working part time as well, and I really want the time for still doing research projects. So I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to find that balance yet, but I've just come off the back of working like 6 a.m. till midnight for about 4 weeks straight. Then I had a few weeks where I'm running around attending networking events and stuff. But I'm going to take a few weeks off. You know, like it was coming. Anyway, my brain has melted. Room enemy spawner. Right. So what I need is to set up signaling. I don't set up signaling. Let's do it the lazy way, the fast way. Round over. So room enemy spawn. Can't bring myself to the lazy way. Ball spawning from false. False. What are you up to these days, Hydrogen? What are you getting up to yourself? Right. So spawning complete is, and when I'm going to spawn an enemy, we increment the enemy number here. If enemy count greater than or equal to max enemies to spawn. Spawning complete. Okay. Otherwise, I still same thing. Manager for part of the product line at cybersecurity. As you quite often do when you're manager of something, right? Like your job is not necessarily to be a specialist in one thing. It's like help you. Okay, so spawning complete. Should we click? The trouble with this is I'm going to have more than one enemy room. I don't want to link on. What I want to do is I'm going to set up a signal. Yeah, let's do a signal. Do it like just like these, right? So enemy rooms. Public event action. Enemy died. And I need to. I don't think I pass anything. Right. So where's enemy? Right. when enemy is dying, now if I do public void subscribe to spawner, right? And no, I don't need to subscribe to spawner. You already have a timer. Do I want? Yes, we do want to subscribe. Spawner. Public void. I'm just trying to think through different ways of approaching this. Right. Why have I got random? Using random ambiguous reference. In. I've got enemy died. Do I need it? I'm trying to think which direction I want to have control over this. Because I need the enemy to go to a specific spawner. When the enemy is actually spawned, new dot spawner. Going to pass it the action. Well, the trouble is, I don't like having to pass it down the. I don't like having to pass it down. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to return the enemy. So we'll do return enemy. So enemy room spawner. So once we actually spawn the enemy, do selected spawn. So enemy spawned enemy equals that. Then what we'll do is we'll do enemy died plus equals spawned enemy dot. Not going to be subscribed to spawner anymore, but I'm going to use that one and rename it in a second. Enemy died, subscribe to spawner. Failing references. I don't want to just do a static reference. Possibility of, like, I need to track enemies that are in a particular. I'm trying to track the number of enemies that are alive in the corner. What I want is to be able to send a signal back when they've died. This is the wrong. I'm doing this the wrong way around because this is run the thing when it's died. That's not what I want. what I want is when the enemy is created, it subscribes to the event. Then what it needs to do is I'm going to delete this and I'm going to just go back to the drawing board on this. It feels like I'm making this really convoluted. I'm just going to take a break and then we'll worry about this tomorrow. What I'm planning to do is duplicate the room and make new rooms. What I need to get it to do is when all the enemies in the room are dead and they're finished spawning, we then will open the door to the next room. But I'm trying to think ahead through lots of other potential events I might want to include. And I think what I'll do is I'll just go and sit on it for an evening, and then we'll do this first thing in the morning. So what I can do for the moment, wrap things up a little bit. Let's collapse that. So at the moment, we've got, I probably want some corridors between rooms. So let's take that. This. Frame. They do. That's excellent. I'm going to make that snap shape. And we'll duplicate a room. Right. We'll duplicate the room where we run into gigantic backs here not be enough. And the lighting maybe needs included room. I mean, we can just size a background. Okay, maybe I can't just. Let's X. I don't know why that's a fixed map. Deal with that later. I think. Let me save the level. Oh, that one. Maybe I pro builderized it by things. Quick look. Yeah, I think I accidentally turned it into a pro builder map. That kind of was just a background. and I would have done what I've just size. So let's go back to that seed, and we will don't say background. The collider is identical. Fine. Take another. I think call it. I've read these out. Test it in the morning when I've finished deciding how I'm going to set the corners up properly. I need a player spawn location as well, so the network manager is the spawning me at 0, I think. That up. Again, I need to propagate the light across these as well. Yeah, look at what they look like without the light. I think I need to attach the main level lighting. Potentially have it follow the player, because I was planning to have like a camera drone with the light to create some motion. So essentially one of the little lights, like one, sort of round, you know, sort of. I'm going to make it a narrower, more obvious, and it will follow the player. It'd be designed to look at the player, but it'll have a bit of drift. So follow complete. That's a minor feature. Moment. The only big, the next big thing is getting the spawning working right. And like I say, I need to have a think about that. So I'm going to commit that to GitHub, and then we will back to that. So all I've done really is cleaned up the door prefabs. That. And then we'll call it there. Thanks for watching, guys. See you tomorrow.
Well.
Oh no.